Because I'm muted. That's why we asked for y'all to drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Shout out to the gang in the building, man. We are up in here. Welcome, y'all. Welcome back to another YouTube live stream and another episode of the ClassE Morning Show. I'm your host, ClassE, of patreon.com/ClassEbeats, by the way. And we're going to get into it. We up here looking all crispy and clean on the screen. Shout out to everyone who's in the building. Thank y'all for being in here. Hopefully you're having a great Monday. It's going to be a good time. We're going to get into more of this Karen Reed trial. We've got some updates about Club Shay Shay. I know. This has been the Shannon Sharpe news channel for the past week, and it's been insane out here. But before we get into it, I gotta say what's up to everybody who's in the building, man. Shout out to the gang up in here. We got my awesome, amazing Amy is in the building. Shout out to Amy, Les Cleaver, Nosy Rosie, Jay Buckmaster is up in here as well. We got Libby22, SC Girl, Taco Tuesday is in here a day early. Good to see you as well. Shout out to everyone who's in the building. If y'all could, please do me one major favor while you're on your way in. I don't ask for much on this show, but the one thing I do ask is that you like the video. Not only is it free, not only does it help us continue to grow, but it lets the YouTube algorithm know that you guys are enjoying the show, and it shares the video out with more people, shares the channel out with more people. And as y'all know, it takes less than a second to do. So if y'all could take a second, like the video, I would appreciate it. Thank you to all 133 of y'all that have liked the video so far. How are y'all feeling this morning? I want to hear how y'all are doing in the chat. Hopefully you guys had a good weekend. Weather here in Atlanta has been insane, up and down. It seems like it's been hot, it's been cloudy, sunny. I don't know. We don't know what's going on and how to prepare, but we're just trying to take it one day at a time. Hopefully y'all are doing well and had a great week. Libby says, I'm at work, we'll be listening. I probably won't comment a whole lot, but I'm here. Shout out to Libby. Always showing up and showing love, representing the 843. Les says, has anyone else heard that Jen McCabe won't testify if Turtle Boy is not jailed? Or won't give the state the testimony they want? That is interesting. I have a feeling Turtle Boy might testify too, even though he pleaded the fifth. We'll have to wait and see. Just sent a 500. Let me see. Oh, I don't know what that says. You'll have to retype that. Oh, Nosy Rosie says, I'm not feeling good, but uncertain about the ARCA. Oh, hearing today. Yep. This is going to be interesting to see how that goes. I hope you feel better, Nosy Rosie. I'm sorry to hear that. Just broke up with my girl. Oh, man. But I'm Gucci. Grandma's cooking. Shout out. Can we get a round of applause for Grandma's cooking? It makes everything better. I'm sorry to hear that, Johnny, but maybe I'm not sorry to hear that. Hopefully it was the best. Okay, you said I just set a 500-mile plus move. Oh my goodness. Down from the Mackinac Bridge this weekend. So getting set up for a new phase this year. So doing very well. Good to hear that. Good to hear that. Definitely good luck to you on your new journey. NFL did Shedeur dirty. I waited all weekend for him to finally get drafted. Yeah, congratulations to Shedeur Sanders. He's not this quarterback. This draft class was very thin when it came to quarterbacks, and some of the quarterbacks that went before Shedeur are really questionable. Even the quarterback that's in the same room with him now that he's going to be competing with the job for didn't make sense. And there's Mackinac. Okay, I got it. And there's definitely a lot going on there. I think he just needed to be humbled, and maybe this is what it's going to take for him to do that. And that's what the NFL was clearly trying to do. They were trying to humble and embarrass him, and I think they accomplished that for sure. But hey, congratulations to him for actually making it to the NFL. It'd be good. He said, "Nah, I'm good." All right, good. 500 miles. Okay, so it looks like y'all are hanging out. Shout to Go Steelers. It was rumored that the Steelers were going to take him actually, but that ended up not happening. So, all right, let's go ahead and get into it. We're going to look at, I think we've got the only fan up here. Hey, yo. Let's go ahead and get into this and see if Judge Bev is ready. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. I don't think we're in the court proceedings yet. I actually had a couple other things I wanted to cover with y'all. We might get into it here in a second, but actually give me 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna have y'all stare at this fan for a second while we get some other things together. Give me 1 second, gang.
I can do what I want when I want to do it. I can do what I need when I need to get through it. When I need someone else, can't be too proud for help, but gotta look after myself. Sometimes it can get lonely, never living in the moment when the sun is shining.
All right, gang, here we go. Looks like we're about to get back into it. We got the bailiff there. Shout out to the bailiff. Y'all know what his name is? I want to put some respect on this thing.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni.
Here we go.
Norfolk Superior Court before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
He said, hear ye, hear ye. All right. We got ye old court up in here with Judge Bell.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all, 4 actually, I guess. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes. Affirmatively.
We know what time it is. It's cap time.
Instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Friday? No. And were you all careful? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Were you all careful with your social media this weekend?
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I'm awful call Ian Whiffen.
Okay. All right, just come on up.
Wow, we got sidebars already? I put the R in there. We got a sidebar. Is this gonna count, y'all? Let's get the let's get the counter going. How many sidebars are we gonna have? So this one doesn't count. This is insane. How do we have a sidebar already? Shout out to my guy, Dr. EJ up in here. Gifting 5 memberships. If you got a membership from Dr. EJ, please make sure you say thank you. And good morning to everyone who's stopping by. Thank you, Dr. EJ, for always showing up, always showing love. I appreciate it. I appreciate you so much, man. Y'all make sure you say thank you to Dr. EJ. I can't believe we have a sidebar already. That's insane, man. Jeez. All right, how many sidebars will we have today? If this is how we're starting the day, and Arca is going to be up here, I might have to be team 10 plus today. So we'll go 0 to 9. We'll do 10 to 14. Hey, you keep up the great work too, Dr. EJ. I appreciate you. We've got 15 to 19. And I don't know. I got to put 20 plus in here. If we got a sidebar already. Yeah, Dr. EJ's the man. Or we'll go 20 plus. Let me make sure I spelled sidebars right. All right. Y'all know what to do. Let me know what you think. If I had to vote right now, I'd probably vote 10 to 14. Because we've got one to start the day already is insane. And thank you. We're at 100% like ratio today. Everybody who's watching the video right now has liked already. Thank y'all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow. 10. Itchy Donkey says 10. Okay. No, don't count that one, says Nosy Rosie. I don't think that one counts too because we didn't get it before the counter went up. So we're not counting. I don't know, man. I might have to stick with my team 0 to 9. Or we're calling us team 5 because we started out as team 5. And what could this possibly be about? I'm sure it has something to do with the ARCA hearing that we have today. Also, it sounds like we're going to have a witness up here first thing this morning. So who is the witness going to be? I heard the name, but I don't know who it is. So even if I heard the witness name, let me see.
This weekend? Yes. Thank you very much.
Let's try and find out who the witness
All right.
is.
Mr. Brennan?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
We'll call Ian Whiffen.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got Ian Whiffen up first. Let me go to let me see. Let me find my Karen Reed section. We got Jim McCabe. Here we go. Let's figure out who is Ian Whiffen. I know I'm going to spell his name wrong. Oh, that's the Cellbrite guy. How did I forget his name? We've seen this guy before. Is that the same guy? Okay, it's WWHIFFIN. Okay. And obviously, yeah, okay. He just looks different. He got his he got some hair plugs in or something. All right, let's skip ahead and see if we're back yet. We're not back yet. Here we go. Let's get Ian back up here. And thank you again, Dr. EJ, for the love.
Call Ian Whiffen.
I need to take better notes.
Please face our clerk and raise your right hand. You swear on your phone that the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Ian Whiffen. I'm a digital forensics examiner and decoding.
Oh,
product
okay. We
manager
haven't
for
seen
Cellbrite.
this guy yet, so I'm good.
You just
I'm good, I'm
mentioned
good, I'm
Cellbrite. Is that where you work?
It is, yes.
And you're a forensic examiner.
I am.
Can you tell us a little bit about Cellbrite, where you work?
Yes, Cellbrite provides digital forensic solutions to customers globally for access and decoding of digital artifacts from devices.
Cellbrite
Where
is
would
dope.
you
I'm not gonna
find
lie.
a digital system? Is that resigned to a phone, or is it all systems?
Typically, Cellbrite focuses on phones or iPads, but we do have some additional devices that we can also interrogate: computers, vehicles, things like that.
So simply, what is
It's a smart
Cellbrite?
man right there.
Cellbrite is a digital intelligence company.
Do they use a certain type of software? Do they brand a certain type of software?
Yeah, we create our own software to access devices and to decode the data that we pull from devices.
So essentially, does that software help you look into the data on a phone and analyze it?
It does, yes.
Not the
What is
data.
the role of a digital forensic analyst?
Typically, the analyst would take the data that's been extracted from a device, such as a cell phone, process that in software such as a physical analyzer that Cellbrite create, and use that information to filter, to search, and to create a report for the investigator that would allow them to see what happened on the device at the time being investigated.
This is
How long have you
a
been
smart dude
involved
right here.
in analyzing data, sir?
I started my career in digital forensics in 2013.
Can you take us back to the beginning of your career and tell us a little bit about how you became involved in learning about analyzing data?
Certainly. I spent 5 years as a frontline police officer in the UK during the
Nice.
2000s. In 2009, emigrated to Canada and continued policing frontline officer in Calgary before joining the digital forensics team in 2013. Pursued several qualifications related to digital forensics and just continued in that role until 2019, 2020, when I left the police agency and began working for Cellbrite.
While you were working at the police agency and began your career analyzing data? Were there special classes that you took?
There were. In order to be a forensics examiner in Canada, you have to take a 3-week foundational course in Ottawa, basically covering the basics of digital forensics. And then from there, other courses are available that would focus on things like cell phones, would focus on how to get data from different types of devices. And then there's industry qualifications that can be sought as well, where you can focus on particular types of device or particular types of data.
Does software in this field continually change?
It does. Every time an update is released to an application or to an operating system, there's the opportunity for the foundation of that software to change.
What's up,
and from
Tay?
a forensics point of view, you have to re-understand what has changed, make sure you understand what is now happening on that device, and provide that information to the users.
As you've progressed through the field, do you continue to take classes?
I've not taken a class now since I actually joined Cellbrite and did the basic foundational courses that Cellbrite offer, but prior to that I was doing courses across the industry.
Do you teach courses?
I do teach webinars. I don't teach any actual courses, although some of my research and some of my tools are taught to examiners in many of the industry standard qualifications which users seek.
Do you ever write papers about the subject that are published?
I do. So I have a blog where I publish my research. Sometimes some of those become papers which get peer-reviewed and distributed in more academic channels.
So when one of your papers is peer-reviewed, can you tell us what that means?
Yeah, essentially, other forensics examiners would read over the paper that I've written, do their own testing, compare their testing and research to what I've conducted, and make sure that what I've said is consistent with their findings. And presuming that what they find is the same as what I found, then they would agree that it's a valid document and it gets shared.
Take us now to Cellbrite. When you began working at Cellbrite, what did you do?
When I started there, I was considered the senior digital intelligence analyst. My role was to help the developers of the software understand the role of a digital forensics examiner, what an examiner needs from the tool, what an examiner wants to do with the tool, and how they want to use it. And then since then, I've progressed to the decoding product manager, where I can manage the backlog of software applications that we support, decide how we should support those applications, and how that information should look to the users.
Do you do research?
I do still do research, yes. It's not my primary function within Cellbrite, but it's something that I've continued to do throughout my career.
Have you ever done any programming?
Yes, again, I'm not an official programmer with Cellbrite, but I do program as well, and I have several tools which I've written myself for the last few years, since around 2015, tools that I wrote to do the things that the vendor tools didn't do, and to offer examiners things that the vendor tools didn't offer. And I continue to maintain those tools as a learning opportunity for myself, and also because other examiners can make use of these same features.
Mr. Whiffen, have you ever testified in courts regarding
Good morning,
forensic
Kel.
examination of data?
Kara,
I have, yes.
Slim
Can you
Life.
share a little bit about that?
I've been qualified as an expert in Canada, Australia, the UK, in total around 20 times.
I want you to take us now to the Cellbrite software. We talked a little bit about it. I don't want to go into too much detail, but can you help us explain how software works like Cellbrite software?
Yes, so fundamentally when we've got data from a device, it's a series of files, a series of databases, property lists, all manner of different structured data. The software that we create knows where these files exist, knows how to read these files and what the data inside them means, and provides a clear view for the user to view that data. As an example, if you were to look at the SMS database on a device, all you would see is a long list of messages that don't really have an easy way to interpret or to read them. Our software takes that information, converts it into a conversational view so that as a user you can read the data, you can see who sent what message, what time it was sent.
Wow.
We can do decoding and decryption of various different types of security to give the user as much information as possible.
Is there other software available in addition to Celebrite?
There's multiple vendor-supplied tools and multiple tools available that are maintained by users in the community, like myself.
Does a forensic examiner, should they rely simply on the software program, or is there more to do other than the program itself?
The software program is great at finding the data and displaying the data, but I always maintain it's the role of the examiner to actually understand what that data means and provide context and validation for what that data means, making sure that the end user of the report, whether that's the investigator, a judge or a jury, can understand what that data actually means rather than just taking it at face value from the software.
Does the software create a report that you can look at that manages or arranges some of the data that you can see?
It does. It just creates a list of all of the results that the examiner wants to include in the report.
So the software can produce a report, but the examiner goes beyond the report and looks into the data itself?
The examiner can and should go beyond what the program provides.
Let's turn now to your involvement in this case. Can you share with us when you first became aware of the data in this case and how that came about?
Yes, it was actually one of the public relations managers at Celebrite who reached out to me or to my team because he'd heard about this case and about the confusion regarding a timestamp and requested if we could look into it and find out what the confusion was and how we could respond to it. At that point, I contacted the investigators to get more details.
Did you learn that a consumer had called about a question relative to a report produced by the software?
Yes, there was both the troopers who had requested information about this particular artifact and also a private forensics examiner, Richard Green.
And when Richard Green reached out to your company, what specifically was the question or issue?
He reached out to the tech support team, asking basically, there's a timestamp that doesn't make sense. I need to understand what this timestamp means.
What is a timestamp?
Essentially, it is the time.
What is a timestamp? Oh boy!
To an artifact, so it should intentionally be
Thank you, Slim
when
Life.
something happened on that device, we would show a timestamp associated to it.
Can you tell us what an artifact is?
An artifact would be any piece of data that we pull from that device. So it could be a text message, it could be a location point, it could be a photograph.
So if I had photographs on my phone, would each photograph be considered an artifact?
It would, yes.
Would the date and time I took the photograph be considered an artifact?
I'd consider that a property of the artifact.
And if I had a phone call or a text message, those would be considered artifacts?
Yes.
When I look at my phone and I see a call log or a name, does that tell me all the information about that call?
When you look on the phone itself?
Yes.
No, there's usually a lot more information in the background of the phone that's available to the forensics examiner, which the user wouldn't necessarily see on the device.
And so when you're looking at an artifact, a phone call, a text message, whatever it may be, and you see it on a report, if you want to know more detail, where it came from, when it was developed, when it started, is that what a forensic examiner would do, to look into the data to try to identify that other information?
Yes, you can see what other information is available. You can see if there's any information that's been deleted that can be recovered. And you can validate the information that's there and make sure that the timestamps are being interpreted correctly and that they mean what you think they mean.
You told us you got a call from a consumer or a forensic examiner, Richard Green, about a timestamp. What type of timestamp? For what type of artifact was this timestamp?
It was related to an internet query.
And so there was an internet query on a phone that had a timestamp, and this gentleman, Mr. Green, had a question about it.
He did. He wanted to know how accurate the timestamp was in relation to when the internet query was made.
Did you look into the question, the query that was made?
In response to Richard Green, at that time, I didn't. I wasn't aware that Richard Green had made this request until several months later. But it was an almost identical question that had been asked by the troopers here. And that's the question that I was able to look into and to answer.
And can you share with us what was the issue? What was the question that you were actually looking into?
The question was related to a timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. And an internet query that appeared to have occurred at that time. There was no other information on the device that suggested that that internet query had occurred at that time. So we wanted to know how relevant is that timestamp to when the query happened. So I was able to take test devices, recreate test data to find out exactly what this timestamp meant, and discovered that it was actually the timestamp that the tab within the browser was brought into focus and had no relevance to when the actual web query had been made.
So after you looked into the issue and came to a determination or opinion, did you reach back out to Mr. Green?
Eventually, yes, I did. After I provided information to the troopers, I wrote a blog that covered this information because there was another examiner in Europe who had a very similar question, and I realized that this is a relatively common point of confusion. And then eventually I reached out to Richard Green, offering to speak to him about this issue and clear up any confusion, but never received a response.
So to summarize, there was an inquiry about a phone that made a Google or a internet search, and the question is, what time was that search made?
Correct.
And relative to that inquiry, there was a timestamp on some of the data that said 2:27 a.m.
Correct.
Sustained.
So at some point, did you have an opportunity to forensically examine a telephone that was attributed to a person by the name of Jennifer McCabe?
I did have the opportunity to look at the data that was extracted from that device. I never saw the device itself.
Putting that aside for a second, secondly, were you asked to look at any other phone to examine data in this case aside from the phone attributed to Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I was also sent the extraction of data from John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you look through the data and analyze some of the data in John O'Keefe's phone?
I did, yes.
So I want to walk through both your analysis of Jennifer McCabe's phone, but also
let's hear it.
John O'Keefe's phone. So if we can first start with Ms. McCabe's phone.
Yes.
Did you actually receive her phone?
I didn't know. It was just a download of the extraction.
So how does that work?
The examiners
That
here
might
had
be an
done
issue.
the extraction of the device resulted in a large zip file, which is a container containing all of the files extracted from the phone. They uploaded it to Cellbright's secure portal, where I was able to download it and verify what the data was in the extraction.
When you received the download of the extraction for Jennifer McCabe's phone, was it similar process for John O'Keefe's phone?
With John O'Keefe's phone, I actually received the data on a USB thumb drive through the mail.
And before
Okay.
we begin, can you summarize briefly the issue, what you were looking for, and what the scope was, as far as Jennifer McCabe's phone?
For Jennifer McCabe's phone, it was related to the internet search that occurred, or that allegedly occurred at 2:27:40.
And as part of your effort and analysis, did you put together a PowerPoint that would help educate us on how a timestamp works and what happened in this case regarding a search?
I did, yes.
And have you seen that PowerPoint recently?
I did, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm handing you a binder that should take a look in. Do you know or do you recognize what's in that binder?
Yes, this is the PowerPoint presentation I created related to Jen's phone.
And with that presentation, do you have it downloaded on your computer?
I do, yes.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You know, with the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffen to be able to use his computer to walk us through the PowerPoint and explain it to the jury.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Whiffen.
Okay.
begin, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffen, if you would walk us through and explain the PowerPoint and explain this issue to the jury, what the question was and how you resolved it.
Of course. Okay. The query revolved around a database called browserstate.db. Browserstate stores information about Safari internet browser and about the tabs that the user has either had open or has open. Fundamentally, in this presentation, I wanted to include information from iOS 14 and earlier. iOS 14 is not the version of iOS that was on Jen McCabe's phone, but iOS 14 has an easier way to understand how this database works. And then I can move on to iOS 15, which was the device, or was the version installed on Jen McCabe's phone. And hopefully by that point it will be clearer how this information is being populated on the device.
Could you tell us what iOS means?
iOS is Apple's proprietary operating system available on iPhones.
Thank you.
Fundamentally, the browserstate.db tabs table is shown, hopefully I can show this on here, in the top here. The real database has many more fields, but these are the fields which are important for the demonstration to just see the row ID, the timestamp that's recorded, the URL or the web address.
What's the row ID?
The title of the page.
Please ask that question.
And the example at the side there, you can see there's the browser is open, but there is no tab actually in focus at this time.
Can I take us just a little bit back so we can put
iPhones are the
context?
best.
When you are doing internet searches on your phone and you hit Safari or Google or whatever search engine you're going to use, does it create a tab?
It doesn't create a tab just by opening the application, but there may be tabs already open in the background when you start the application, and then you can tell it to create further tabs.
So if I have a phone, can I have a number of different tabs on my phone at the same time if I've searched for different things throughout the day?
Correct. You can have hundreds of tabs open.
Do tabs stay open forever, or can you close them?
They stay open until you close them.
So if you look at your phone and you have a number of different tabs, and say, for example, I start with one tab, I'm looking for the local football score. Can I reuse that same tab for some other search, or do I have to use a new tab to start a new search?
You could use that tab for as long as you wanted, or create a new tab to do additional searches while maintaining the original tab in its current state.
And so what you're trying to demonstrate to the jury is identifying a time on one of these tabs where a particular search was made.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Could you explain
Form of the
this
question.
demonstration as it relates to tabs on these internet searches? What are we actually trying to learn?
So as I showed, there's a field in this table called timestamp. It's actually called last viewed timestamp. I wanted to prove or to demonstrate what that timestamp means, how that timestamp gets populated, and how it's relevant or irrelevant to a case.
So if I have one or many tabs open on my phone, each tab will have its own timestamp?
Correct.
And the URL, that's whatever I look up, what I search on the search engine?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that. Is that what's looked at?
That's correct. The URL is the address of the page that's being viewed.
So if I have a tab open and I use it continuously, 3, 4, 5, 10 times, will the timestamp change?
No, it will not.
And is that what you're explaining to us now?
Correct. That's part of the demonstration and presentation.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay. So in this instance, at 10 a.m., which is shown in the top of the device there, we can see I visit firstpage.com as an example website. At that time, a row is created in the database that shows row ID 1 with the timestamp 10 a.m. when the page was opened. The URL and the title are relevant to the page that was visited, so firstpage.com. A minute later, excuse me, I now use the same tab to visit secondpage.com. What actually happens in the database at this point in time is the first record is updated with new information. So we continue to see row ID 1. We continue to see the timestamp that the tab was opened at 10 a.m. And we now see the URL and the title that are related to the secondpage.com website. So I've shown it here. The first one is red to show that's no longer a live record. It's been replaced by the new record that's underneath it in black. A minute later again, I can visit thirdpage.com. And at that point, the record's updated a further time. So we still see that it's row ID 1, because no new rows are being created. We're just simply updating the existing rows. So we still have row ID 1, we still have 10 a.m. as the timestamp, and we have the URL and the title that show thirdpage.com instead.
Mr. Whiffen, so in the URL column, there are 3 different searches?
Yes, this is 3 different pages that have been visited within the same tab.
And in the data, it has 3 timestamps, but they're all the same.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
This database is not monitoring web navigation events. It's purely monitoring the tab events. So when the tab's brought into focus or when the tab's created is the only timestamp that's relevant here.
Thank you.
From a non-forensic point of view, if I was looking at this database in a regular database viewing tool, all I would see is the black record at the bottom. I wouldn't see the other 2 records because they've been essentially overwritten by the third record. If I was to use a forensic tool, though, then I would see all of these records because the forensic tool is designed to find the older versions of these records that have been replaced. So again, from a forensic point of view, I would see all of these records, I would see all the different URLs, and I would see the same timestamp and the same row ID for all of them. This fundamentally changed in iOS 15, and I've tested this on multiple versions of iOS 15, 16, 17, and 18, including iOS 15.2.1, which is the same version of iOS installed on Jen McCabe's phone. In this case, the data is not written to the database.
I wonder if Apple's trying to beat
so I've tried to show
Cellbrite
here that we
in
have
some ways.
Some in-memory variables, so essentially a short-term memory that the device knows exist, but aren't written to the database yet, so they're not written long-term. So in this case, if at 10 a.m. I go to firstpage.com, we see that the in-memory variable for timestamp URL and title are updated to show a 10 a.m. timestamp and the firstpage.com information. But you can see at the bottom, I still have the browser state tabs table, and nothing has been written to that database at this time.
So can I ask you a question about this browser state DB? What does that mean? What does that tell us?
The browser state.db is just the name of the database that Apple are using to monitor the tab activity on the device.
Will a cell phone have a number of different databases it will send information to, or is it all one database?
There are hundreds or thousands of databases, depending on what applications are installed on the device. Each database typically targets a different application or a different feature.
Mm-hmm.
Can information from a URL or a Google search or a Safari search, can it leave data on different databases, or does it always go to one database?
It can leave on different databases, for sure.
Thank you.
So again, to continue this example, if I now go to secondpage.com a minute later, we can see that now the in-memory variable is updated. So the timestamp still remains 10 a.m., the same as it did previously on iOS 14, but the URL and the title are updated to reflect the current web page that's being viewed. Again, nothing has been written to the browser state database. I can go to thirdpage.com. Again, we see the in-memory variables for the URL and the title are updated, but the timestamp still remains the time that this tab was brought into focus or created, not the time that the navigational event occurred. Still, nothing's been written to the browser state database. And it's not until you actually close the tab that the information gets removed from the in-memory variables and written into the database. And at that point, the information written to the database is whatever was in the in-memory variable. So right now, all we have is a single record in the database that shows the 10 a.m. timestamp. That's when the tab was opened. and we have the thirdpage.com URL and title information, which is the most recent web page visited in that tab. It wouldn't matter whether I was looking at this data using a regular database tool or a forensic database tool. The only record that I will see is this particular record. There may be multiple versions of this record, but still would only show me this timestamp and this URL information.
I know the defense is going to get into it, but the software that the Boston police would have used to copy the cell phone from Jim McCabe, would there be some, without them having the actual device over at Cellbrite, would there be some misinformation there because of how the phone was copied? It seems like there's a lot of third-party steps going on here. It's shaky,
because
to say the
only
least.
Information that was ever committed to the database.
I mean, what about missing data?
Okay, moving on from that, there was multiple databases or multiple data sources on Jen McCabe's phone that could be used to see what actually happened on the device at this time of day that was of interest. So the analysis I did looked at the browser state database that we've just described, the history database, which is what is tracking the navigational events. So every time you visit a website and the website fully loads, it gets written to the history database to say this URL was visited at this time. And that's the information that as a user you can see. When you look at the internet history in your device, it will list all of the web pages that have been visited. com.applemobilesafari.plist is a property list file, so essentially a list of values and information, keys and values that would describe various settings on the device typically, but it also stores information such as the last searches that were conducted using the Safari search feature. And then finally here we've got knowledgec.db, which is a massive database at the heart of iOS that stores lots of types of information. It can tell you what web page was actually on the screen at any given time. It can tell you when the backlight came on, when the backlight went off, when the device was locked or unlocked, the battery level, lots of different types of information, but useful here for the web pages that were being viewed. So using the combination of all those sources, I could see that at 2:27:29 a.m., Safari was opened from the application library on the device. At 2:27:29 a.m., when Safari opened, there was already numerous tabs open in the background. The browser would show in the foreground whatever browser tab was opened when Safari was previously minimized. In this case, we can see, looking at knowledgec.db, that the web page that was being viewed was related to Hockomock Sports, Friday's schedule scoreboard. At around 2:27:30, that tab would have been closed. Now, we don't actually have a time that the tab was closed, but based on other activity, this timestamp can be inferred. But essentially, when this tab was closed, a record is created in the browser state database that shows the timestamp 1:59:44 a.m. That would have been the tab at the time that the tab took focus, and then the Hockomock Sports Friday schedule scoreboard URL. At 2:27:31,
Here's a timeline.
there was a browser switch occurred, and the last visited timestamp that's held in memory would have taken the time that this occurred, so 2:27:31. This URL was PayPal. There was no navigational event listed in history, so this wasn't a page that was visited from a bookmark or from typing in a URL. It was whatever was currently shown in that tab when the tab was brought into focus. And we know that this exact URL was last visited at 7:40 a.m. on the 28th of January. This is evidenced in browser state and in knowledgec. Around a second later, that tab gets closed, and that record gets written to the database with a time of 2:27:31, because that's the time the tab was brought back into focus. it gets written with the URL and the title information related to PayPal. At 2:27:33, another tab is brought into focus from the background. This one related to Eastern Bank. Again, the last visited timestamp would be updated because this tab has now been brought into focus, causing the timestamp to change. We know that this particular website was visited at 8:02 on the 27th of January, and there's no new navigational events at this time. So we know it's just brought into focus and visible on screen according to Knowledge C and browser state databases. That tab gets closed and it gets written to the database. This again is going to show, and I've just noticed there's a typo on here and the timestamp at the top is shown incorrectly. But essentially it's closed at around this time. And the Eastern Bank URL is written to the browser state database with the 2:27:33 timestamp. At 2:27:35, we see that there's a YouTube video shown on screen related to It's Raining Men. This shows in Knowledge C. There's no new navigational event for it.
What's going on there, Jen?
Timestamp in the browser state database at this point.
Jen was about to
This
turn
is
up.
because this page is actually, or this tab is brought back into focus a second time. And when it gets brought into focus the second time, the timestamp that's attributed to it overwrites the timestamp that would have been written at this point.
Y'all want to see what the video was? Hold on a second. Let's see. youtube.com/watch V equals, is that an L? I mean, it's an L. L5 A Z. It looks like J B L A U 1E. Let me see if it'll come up. Yo, Jay, I don't want to play this because it's gonna get copyright strike. This is what she looked at.
It's rising.
All right, Jed.
Sounds convoluted, but
Dang.
essentially, if you imagine that the in-memory timestamp here,
Fair
would have
use,
said
fair use,
2:27:35, but then there's another tab that's brought into focus related to Hockomock Sports at 2:27:36.
Mr. Whiffen, can I ask you a couple questions?
Yes.
This timestamp 2:27:36, does that indicate the time when this tab was actually opened?
Yes. The time that the tab was brought into focus or opened.
What does it mean brought into focus?
If you imagine you could have 5 or 6 or however many tabs in the background, you select one of those tabs to view, it makes it full screen, that would be considered in focus, and that would cause the timestamp to be updated.
So if someone had an open tab,
That's
that had a
crazy.
timestamp,
That's what
and
she
then
was
they put
looking
it in
at.
the background to
Don't
look
shoot
at
the
a different
messenger.
tab, but then went back to an earlier tab and opened it, would it create a new timestamp?
It would update the timestamp.
If somebody had an open tab and they didn't put it in the background, but they used other functions or shut off the phone, and when they came back, that tab was still open,
Shout out to the weather
would that
girls.
create a new timestamp?
As long as Safari doesn't close, then the timestamp will remain the same. So if I just minimize Safari, put it into the background and start to do other things on my phone, the timestamp won't get updated. If I completely close Safari or turn the phone off, when Safari reloads, then that tab does get a new timestamp when it opens up again.
It makes
Thank you.
sense.
Yeah, so at 2:27:36, we've got Hockomock Sports, Gallery Shoots, Canton Girls, Basketball to important win at Mansfield, is the page that is visible on screen. Again, we know that there's no navigational event at this time, so the page is not being loaded as a result of a bookmark or typing the URL in. It's just showing what was on screen previously, and we know that this page was previously viewed at 22:55 on the 27th of January. This tab gets closed and gets written to the database as well, and we see it's written with the timestamp 22736 when the tab was brought into focus. And then we go back to the YouTube video tab. So at this point,
Shout out to the weather
timestamp that had
girls.
been written there gets overwritten again with 22738, and it shows the YouTube video is the active page that's on the screen. At around 22739, that tab gets closed and the record is written to the database showing a timestamp of 22738 when the tab took focus, and the YouTube video URL. Then we move to 22740, which was the time of interest, and we see that a browser switch occurs, causing the last visited timestamp to take on the time of 22740. This is the tab that was ultimately used to search.
Uh-oh. What happened? We might have lost the feed. Hold on.
At this point in time, there is no navigational events recorded anywhere. All we see is that the web page that was brought into view is ozonebasketball.com/teams. This web page was last visited at 14 minutes after midnight on the 26th of January. We know that this is on screen because it tells us that in Knowledge C, and we know that the time is 22740 based on Knowledge C timestamps and based on the browser state database timestamp. At 22742, there is a web navigation event. Whether this is loaded from a bookmark or whether it's typed in, I can't say, but a web navigation event occurs using the same tab that's just been loaded, and now the user is loading the web page hockomocksports.com/standings. This is logged in the history database that shows what web page is visited when, and it also shows in the Knowledge C database to show what web page is on screen at this time.
Mr. Whiffen, in the slide before 22740, you mentioned that was the tab in question.
Yes.
Do the following pages that you show us in the PowerPoint follow that one specific tab?
Yes.
Thank you.
So at 22747, there's another web navigation event as the web page hockomocksports.com/schedules is loaded.
Where is
Again,
she trying to
this is
go?
evidenced in the history database to show that a navigation event occurred and completed, and in Knowledge C to show that this is the web page that was viewable on screen. At 22753, there's a further web navigation event where we're now now loading the page hockomocksports.com/schedules/girls hockey. Again, this is evidenced in the history database and the Knowledge C database to show what page loaded and what page was visible on screen. At 22758, there's a further navigation event for girls hockey Franklin 21-22. Again, this is logged as a navigational event in the history database and shown on screen according to the Knowledge C database.
So I understand these are all subsequent searches on the same open tab.
Correct.
Are these
Sustained as to form.
Are these all subsequent searches on the same single open tab?
There is no tab switch event listed. We see the tab switch event occur at 22740, and then we see lots of navigational events occur.
Thank you.
At 22806, Safari is minimized, so it's removed from focus so that something else could be viewed, or the phone is locked.
Is removed from focus different than closing?
Correct. If you remove it from focus, it's essentially going into the background, but it's still open. It's in its current state, just in the background, versus if you close it completely and have to reload it later on. So in this particular state, the timestamp doesn't get changed. The timestamp remains 22740 as it was earlier. Safari is then not used again until 62337, when it's opened from the background using the icon in the app library. At this point, when it loads up, the same page that was open when Safari was minimized is shown. So we still see hockomocksports.com/schedules /girlshockey/franklin/2021-2022. There's no navigational event at this point, so we know that it wasn't completely reloaded. It's just showing what was on screen previously, and it's evidenced in the Knowledge C database. At 6:23:49, there's a cache file created. The cache file is related to how long to digest food. Now, these particular cache files show up as suggestions in Safari.
What?
So as you're typing in
She had some
a query
indigestion.
or a word or a URL, for example,
That's crazy.
Safari tries to take that information and make suggestions based on what it thinks you might be searching for. So if, for example, you were to type in how long to die with the word spelled just DI, Safari can mistake that for how long to digest food, and it could present this information. And up until about 12 months ago, this is the information that was provided by Safari if you were to do this search. If you were to type in how long to DI, you would get the result that's shown at the top of this screen with an image of somebody eating a plate of food. And this is the image that was cached onto Jen McCabe's phone at 6:23:49.
What does cache mean?
Essentially, downloaded now for use later. It will download it, it will save it in case it's required again. If it is, it doesn't need to download it, it's already there. If it's not required again, eventually it will be deleted.
So is it stored information from prior events that's available in case the device thinks you're looking for it?
Yes, so at this point in time, at 6:23:49, when it downloaded it, that's the first time that it's downloaded this image, and it stores it. If an hour later, for example, I did the same search a second time, it wouldn't need to re-download the image because it's already got it in cache. So this, the creation time of this image shows that this is the first time that this cache file was downloaded. A few seconds later, at 6:23:51, the blue button at the bottom of the keyboard is used to submit a search for the term how long to die in CIKD, CIKD. This creates a specific URL in Safari, which is shown on screen here. So google.com/search how long to die in CIKD, IE UTF-8, OE UTF-8. Client Safari is the important part of this string that tells us that it's a query that's...
What? How long to die? What was she trying to type, y'all? I know some of you first trial people will know what she was trying to type. How long to die in what D? How's it spelled? Hold on. Let me let it play out.
This is different to if I visited Google, for example, and just typed in the search text box in Google. It wouldn't necessarily have this same structure of the URL. So we know that this is the query created by submitting a search using the search bar here and pressing the blue button at the bottom.
How long to die in kit?
We know that search was conducted at 6:23:51 according to the information.
How long to die in the cold?
Plist. And Knowledge C also shows that this page was visible.
This chick did not type how long to die in the cold. What the hell is going on here? Okay, C-I, yeah, she typed cold. C, she skipped the O, went to the I. K.
Importantly, there is no history record made that shows that a navigation actually occurred to this website. Several reasons why that might happen. One could be if the device was in private browsing mode. However, it can't have been in private browsing mode because if it was, we wouldn't have the search recorded in the mobile Safari plist either. So we know it wasn't in private browsing. It could have been deleted.
So here's a note to all you iPhone users. Like if you're searching for something crazy, do it in the private private browser. Like you have the private mode for a reason. Honestly, seeing how things are going, why would you ever use a regular tab to search anything is my question.
Deleted at some point after the fact.
I bet they don't have that on Android.
That would leave a gap in the numbering. Every time a record is written, it would be consistent numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And to delete a number would leave a gap there, so you would see 1, 2, 4, 5, and that number will pretty much never be reused. So if you don't see a gap, then you can be confident that nothing was deleted, and there are no gaps on this device. The third reason, and the one
How
that I
long to
believe
die
is
in
the
the
reason
cold
why
is
it wasn't
insane.
recorded in the database, is that the page never completely loaded. If I go to a web page and cancel the navigation prior to it completing the load, it will never get written to the history database. At 6:24:18, there's a second search submitted using the same method, so still using the Safari search bar, this time searching for Hostlong to die in cold. This is evidenced in the
There's the Hostlong to die in cold
P list. Again, there is no record made in the history database that to me suggests that the page never successfully loaded.
Hostlong to die in
At
cold.
6:24:24, Safari is minimized again. It gets reopened at 10:33:33 a.m. Again, loaded from the app library and brought into focus. And at that point, the previous page is shown to the user. That previous page is related to the search Hostlong to die in cold. This is evidence in Knowledge C to show that this is the page that's visible on screen, but there is still no history event that shows that the page is completely loaded. And at around that time, so around 10:33:34, that tab would have been closed, resulting in the record being written to the browser state database with the timestamp 2:27:40, when that tab was originally brought into focus several hours earlier, but it shows the most recent URL information, which is the Google search for Hostlong to die in the cold. It doesn't have any of the other URL information that was visited during that time period. It doesn't have the previous Google search for how long to die in the Kikti, because all it records is the most recent URL that's visited alongside the original time that the tab took focus. Importantly here, there is no title information. The title information is included within the page itself. So if you do a Google search, the title of the page that showed up would show Google search, and then it would show the query that you typed in to search for. The fact that this doesn't have a title also suggests that the page never loaded. So again, it kind of ties back to the fact that it's not written in the history database. We have no title. It's both indicative that the page never successfully loaded.
Hey, and anybody, y'all, how are you going to blame this on Karen? You're going to say that Karen said, hey, can you Google how long it would take for somebody to die in the cold? And Jim was just like, sure. Come on now.
Mr. Whiffen, when a tab is ultimately closed, does the URL always have the last search, or could it show an earlier search?
It will always be whatever URL is visible in the tab at the time.
How does this help the prosecution?
Thank you.
To overview again the data sources used here, com.apple mobile safari.plist is known to be a reliable location to get search timestamps from. We know that it's good to show the time that a search was conducted and what search was conducted. It doesn't record if the device is in private browsing mode. The only time it shows how long to die in the Kikti is at 6:23:51, and the only time it shows Hostlong to die in the cold is at 6:24.
It says 2:27, yes.
There's no other mentions of either of these searches anywhere else in this file. The history database,
They're trying to put their story
again,
together.
is known to be a good source of data for visited web pages and timestamps for the pages that completely loaded. Again, in this case, neither of these searches or neither of these URLs was in the history database, but there are no missing records, which indicates that nothing was deleted. And again, the only reason that I can come up with for why that is the case is that the page didn't load. There must be an entry within this database to allow the user to delete it. Obviously, if the page doesn't load, it doesn't get written to the history. As a user, you can't see that item in your Internet History list, so you can't delete it. And then Knowledge C, which shows the page that's on the screen.
Say that
when
again?
The browser
Hold on, I got to hear this part again, y'all. I'm sorry.
Which indicates that nothing was deleted. And again, the only reason that I can come up with for why that is the case is that the page didn't load. There must be an entry.
Or it was deleted. Something could have gotten deleted. I mean, again, there were so many hands on this data. Like they just handed them a USB and said, "Oh, here you go." I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
The history database, again, is known to be a good source of data for visited web pages and timestamps for the pages that completely loaded. Again, in this case, neither of these searches or neither of these URLs was in the history database.
Interesting.
So there are no missing records, which indicates that nothing was deleted. And again, the only reason that I can come up with for why that is the case is that the page didn't load. There must be an entry within this database to allow the user to delete it. Obviously, if the page doesn't load, it doesn't get written to the history. As a user, you can't see that item in your internet history list, so you can't delete it. And then knowledge C, which shows the page that's on the screen when the browser is in use. Again, we know that this is a good timestamp, and we see the only times that web pages related to these web searches were open is at 6:23 and at 10:33.
So it was
There were
deleted or
multiple
private
deleted records
browsing.
in the browser state database. It wasn't just the record for Hostile to Die in the Cold.
When you say there's multiple deleted records, can you go into a database and see what URL searches have been deleted from the actual item?
Say
So
no.
From a,
Oh, you
from
can.
a forensic
Wow.
examiner point of view, and using forensic software, I can look at the database and see the records that have been deleted and recovered.
What's the point of deleting
There
them
does
then?
become a time when you're unable to recover any more records and they're now just purely deleted and unable to get back. But at this point, I was able to recover a good number of records. And these were the 5 that I thought it was important to focus on for
Interesting.
here. You can see that 3 of them occur at 2:27. So at 2:27:36, 2:27:38, 2:27:40. And these are the web pages that we've just seen in the presentation. So Hockamock Sports, the YouTube video, Hostel to Die in the Cold. And then 2 additional pages for cantonma.org and Ozone Basketball. The way that we're able to recover these records forensically is because of how databases work. What I've tried to display here is that when you first create a record, in this case creating record 4025, a new page is created in the database. A page is simply a block of binary data that's organized in a way that can be understood by the database as a page of data, much like it would be a ledger with a list of records. So it creates frame 181 with page 2752 and the record 4025. What is a little bit different from if you were doing this manually is when you want to add a new record, or when you want to delete a record, or when you want to update a record, it has to create an entirely new page, or an entirely new version of that page. So in this case, we see that frame 194 is also page 2752.
Okay.
It duplicates the record 4025 and adds the record 4026. From the database's point of view at this time, frame 181 is now dead. Like, it won't be used for anything. And a regular database tool would only refer to the most recent version of that page, so frame 194. Forensically, I can look back at all of these different versions of the page and I can start to see differences. Not so important in this case when all that's happening is that you're adding information, but when you start to delete or edit records, being able to go backwards and see these previous pages, you can see the records that have been changed or deleted. So as we're moving along all of these pages, each of these refer to a time when a new record was added. Every time a new record is added, a new frame is created, it duplicates the page from before, and it adds the new record. I've highlighted record 4028 in green across these 3 frames because this is the Hostel to Die in Cold record that is of interest. Moving forward again, we continue to see records being added, but particularly here at frame 430, record 4029 is deleted. 4029, if I go back a few slides, we can see 4029 is the cantonma.org Families Index webpage. As far as I know, no relevance to anything related to this case. It just so happens this is the first record deleted from the browser state database. We don't have information that tells us at what time the record's deleted, but we're able to infer what time that record was deleted based on other records in this frame. So, for example, we know that at the time that record 4029 was deleted, record 4031 already existed. Record 4031 has a timestamp of 6:29 on the 31st of January. Therefore, we can summarize that record 4029 had to be deleted at some point after 6:29 on the 31st of January. We see again record 4030 is deleted
Interesting.
on frame 468.
Why?
Again, we can look at what record was the most recently created on that frame at the point that that record was deleted. And that gives us information that suggests record 4030 had to have been deleted at some point after 8:35 on the 31st of January. We can continue to go along and continue to see that records being added, edited, and deleted, but the record of interest, 4028, still exists, even on frame.
I'm missing something, y'all. How is this helping the prosecution? If this was on Jen's phone, I mean, I'm going to let it play out, but how is this helping them? To me, it seems weird. Are we going to combine this with Jen's testimony at a later point? Because we haven't heard from Jen in this trial yet. I'm not seeing it.
650.
As a juror, I'm like...
And in fact, it doesn't get deleted until frame 732. By the time the record related to Hoslong Died in the Cold is deleted, record 4037 already exists. Record 4037 was created after 2207 on the 31st of January. Therefore, we know that the Hoslong to Die in the Cold record was deleted at some point after 10 p.m. on the 31st of January. Taking all of those deleted records, those 5 deleted records, and the earliest time that they could have possibly been deleted, we see a spread throughout the 31st of January. Like a few quite early on at 6:29 and 8:35, a couple at 9:20, 9:40, and then finally the one that we're interested in at 22:07. For the user to cause these to be deleted, if you wanted to do it selectively and delete one at a time, the record has to be available in the history database. As I said earlier, it wasn't ever in the history database because there'd be a gap. So this record could not have been deleted by the user selectively. That leaves options of deleting everything from the history.
Okay, that makes sense.
But if everything was deleted, we would have none of this information, and we do. And it also leaves the option of deleting everything from what's considered today and everything that's considered today and yesterday. And again, if either of those options were the case, we'd have much less information than what we have, and we wouldn't see this staggering of timestamps that we see here where the information was deleted. Ultimately, I wasn't able to say what caused these deletions at these particular times, but I'm confident that it wasn't as the result of user interaction. That's something that was brought on purpose.
Mr. Weffin, I have a couple questions about your analysis and your opinions.
Yes.
You showed us a tab that was opened at 2:27:40.
Interesting.
And it had something to do with Hockomock Sports.
Yes.
In your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, was that the same tab, that 2:27:40 tab open for Hockomock Sports, was that the same tab that later was used for searches or attempted searches at 6:23:51 and at 6:24 relative to how long or how's long to die in cold?
I believe it was, yes.
Does your opinion, is it based on your analysis of reports generated by software like Celebrite?
Sustained as to form.
I love how she
Was your
gives them
opinion limited
the reason.
to analysis of reports generated by companies like Celebrite or Axiom?
It wasn't, no. I went into the data, looked at the various different databases, different files that were in use, tested it across many different devices to make sure that my understanding and analysis of it was correct.
In addition to your opinion that the two searches at 6:23 and 6:24 occurred at that time as opposed to 2:27:40, did you also, when analyzing the data, come to an opinion whether or not either of those searches actually connected and produced results?
If either of those searches had connected, the information would have been written into the history database. The fact that it wasn't in the history database strongly suggests it never completely loaded. And the fact that there is no title information on the browser state tab as well also suggests it never loaded.
And finally, those attempted searches at 6:23, 6:24, you mentioned that information at some point was
It's very
deleted
interesting.
from the phone.
The only records that were deleted were the browser state database records. Yeah, they were deleted from the device.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether or not that information was removed as a natural application of the phone, or was it because somebody took the phone and actually deleted it by hand?
So again, I don't believe it's possible, given the situation and the information that's available, that it would have been possible for the user to delete it. I believe it was more than likely a system event that caused that, but I've not been able to replicate that system event.
Now, I want to take you back to your first opinion, where you opined that the how's long to die in the search occurred at 6:23 and 6:24, not at 2:27:40.
Yes.
And so, in looking at the data, coming to that opinion, what caused the confusion with the software where it could be misunderstood the time those searches were actually made?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
That's a good question.
The way that forensic software typically works, certainly the way that Physical Analyzer works, is we design models for the data. So we know that an SMS application, for example, will always have a message body. It will always have a sender, a receiver, a time, that kind of thing. We always know that a web visit will have a URL, a title, and a visited timestamp. In this particular case, in the database, the timestamp is called last visited timestamp, which is indicative, you would think, of the time that the web page was visited. So when that information was being modeled within the software, the timestamp that was within the database was used, and it was called last visited timestamp. Since the investigation that I did into this case, I requested that the forensic research team at Cellbrite revisit this data and confirm if there's confusion around it. Were my findings correct ultimately? There are times that that information can be correct. If, for example, you create a brand new tab, visit a website, and then close the tab immediately, then that timestamp would be indicative of the time that the URL was visited. But if you were to create a tab, use it for 3 hours, and then close it, the timestamp would not be indicative. Also, if you were to bring an old tab into focus that you'd used several days earlier and then close that tab,
It would make a new
you're gonna
point.
get bad timestamp information.
Right.
So ultimately, from Cellbrite's point of view, we removed the timestamp from that data to avoid confusion in the future.
Oh, what? Cellbrite's removing timestamps? It's not going to be
Shared
good
with
for the
us
prosecution.
that the URL for
That's not good.
623 and 624 attempted searches ultimately was removed from the device.
Yes.
Would it be fair or accurate to say there were over 4,000 deleted files from the phone, or there was 4,000 deletions from the phone?
There were many.
Sustained.
Yes.
As to form.
She said, get your questions right, sir.
Would it be accurate to say that the only deletion from that phone was that 623, 624 search?
No, there were thousands of records deleted, ultimately, for various reasons that I can follow.
That would be an inaccurate assertion?
To say that that's the only record that was deleted is inaccurate, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm now going to turn to a second phone that you looked at.
Okay.
You told us that you looked at two phones. The second one was a phone that was, or is attributed to John O'Keefe.
Correct.
When you looked at the phone for John O'Keefe, were you looking at things different than we looked at on the phone attributed to John?
Of course
McCabe?
not.
I wasn't as interested in internet data. I was more interested in location and health and anything else that could be useful.
Before we show any presentation, I want to get a little understanding of what you looked for and what you found. Were you looking for what's called location data?
I was, yes.
Was there a period of time that was important that you were looking for relative to location data?
Typically after midnight and before 6 a.m.
Is that on January 29, 2022?
It is, yes, sorry.
How does a phone, like an iPhone, store location data?
Multiple ways that it can be stored. Primarily, there's a database called cache.sqlite. And every time an application requests location data from the device, a feature called location services on iOS tries to calculate the device's location using a combination of technologies, GPS, Wi-Fi, cell tower, and Bluetooth. Calculates the device's location and stores that into the database as a latitude, longitude, altitude, timestamp, accuracy radius, information like that.
Are there different types of location data that are captured and stored on a device like an iPhone?
Can you define different types, please?
I'm sorry?
If you could define what you mean by different types.
The different sources of data that are generated that then captured on an iPhone.
Yes, so the application can specify how accurate it wants the data to be. So for example, if you're using a navigational application, you'd want high accuracy data. So the application would request high accuracy data from location services. Location services would then try to use GPS primarily to get location information. Versus if you were using a weather app, for example, where you don't really need to know precise information, you just need to know the approximate town maybe that the user's at. So a weather application would ask for low accuracy information, and the device may be able to calculate the location based on cell tower information, for example. Both can be stored in the database with the accuracy information that's available.
Would a application that is devoted to navigation in your programming experience typically have stronger data, location data information than a more general application like a weather app?
Yes, for sure. And Apple actually specify in their documentation, when they specify the various different accuracy levels, they have one for navigational purposes for map applications.
How do you define accuracy level from the different data that's being stored in a phone?
How do you mean, sorry?
Is there high level, middle, low?
Yes, the information is typically provided with a range of meters. So you'll have a latitude, longitude coordinate and a number of meters that you have to draw around that locational point. And the device is somewhere within that circle. It could be as accurate as 2 or 5 meters. It could be as inaccurate as several miles, depending on the technology that was used to get the data.
Are you familiar with an application called Waze?
I am, yes.
Tell us what Waze is.
Waze is a navigational tool, so you can plot a route and it will try to direct you the best way, avoiding toll roads, avoiding accidents, that kind of thing.
What is the level of accuracy
Waze,
in
it's a
location information that is
interesting app.
generated by using Waze?
That would be the highest level of accuracy. So it would aim to get GPS quality information of around 5 meter accurate.
So why doesn't a programmer in every application just use the highest level location data for every application?
Getting GPS data is not always possible. If you're in a building, in a basement, for example, you may not get that. But also, it can be expensive to the device in terms of processing power, in terms of battery requirements. So if it can find location information cheaper by using the Wi-Fi networks, for example, then it would prefer to do that. So just a lot less resource intensive than using GPS all the time.
In order to capture the highest level of location data, the most accurate in an application such as Waze, if somebody's using Waze and then turns it off, does it still continue to capture that highest level of accuracy?
Typically
Depends.
not. It may do for a short time, as it's still kind of working through a backlog. But fundamentally, if there's no application open that's trying to use location services, then the location information that's being requested and recorded is far more
Morning, Mr.
sporadic.
Brown.
It's typically background applications that may be requiring location data.
When you analyze John O'Keefe's phone, in addition to the location data, did you also look into data known as health
I
care
did,
data?
yes.
Oh, here we
And can you
go.
tell the jury how that works.
Yeah, so pretty much all iPhones for the last 10 years or so have Apple Health included. It monitors activity on the device, such as steps taken using various sensors inside the device, looking for motion which appears to be walking. It monitors altitude, so it knows whether you've gone up a flight of stairs, for example. It uses that information in concert with the steps taken, so it knows the difference between going in an elevator versus walking a flight of stairs. And all that kind of information is available to you as a user to essentially see how far you walked each day and to monitor your own health.
When you look at healthcare data, you said it interprets it in different terms. One you used was steps. If I have an iPhone and I'm walking and it registers steps, can it tell what direction I went in?
No, it's purely just looking for motion of the gyroscopes, which appears to match the pattern that it expects of somebody who's walking. It doesn't know whether you're in a straight line, walking in zigzag circles, just number of steps.
What if I
Okay.
had my iPhone
It's good to know.
and I was moving the iPhone, but my feet weren't moving? Would it register?
It could register some, but typically it's relatively good at picking the difference between actually walking or throwing the phone around or shaking it.
The healthcare data, does it store with date and time?
So there's two locations that health data is stored. Primarily a database called healthdb_secure, and that aggregates the information into periods of time. So you may have a 10-minute period where it says 100 steps were taken. Now, it could be that the 100 steps were taken in the first 2 minutes, and then virtually nothing was done for 8 minutes there. But there's another database called Cache Encrypted C, which is more granular. It's where the information is written originally prior to it being aggregated and moved into the bigger health database.
You also mentioned that the healthcare data has a term known as steps.
Yeah.
If the movement registers as steps, would that necessarily mean that a person was walking up or down steps?
Sorry, we're talking about steps taken or flights climbed?
I'm sorry, flights climbed.
A flight climbed, according to Apple,
Look at him
is
coaching him up.
essentially an incline of 3 meters over 16 steps taken. So it
They got it
wouldn't really
down to a
matter whether
science.
it was
This is
walking
crazy.
up a flight of stairs, walking up a steep inclined hill, on an escalator, something like that. If there is movement that appears to be walking and an incline of 3 meters, then that would be considered a flight climb event.
Is there any other ways that the phone could register flights climbed but the person's not actually walking up or down stairs?
So I did test this a few months ago, driving in my vehicle. I was able to, if I just put a phone on my dock as I'm driving around, nothing was recorded. But I found that if I was actually holding the phone while driving at the same time, then the natural suspension of the vehicle plus the movement of my arm would be considered enough to be steps. And if that motion happened while I was driving up a hill, it would also result in a flight climb event. And the testing that I did consistently resulted in, I think it was 9 flights of stairs climbed while I was driving up the same hill multiple times.
Interesting.
In your studies, what elevation
So the data is not that
change,
accurate.
would have to be present if you were in a car with a phone and it would register healthcare data as steps? Is there a certain level of elevation that would trigger that?
Again, it's just a 3-meter incline is required.
Did you say 3 meter?
3 meter.
The healthcare data, in addition to being able to give a range of time of movement and defining generally terms, whether it's steps or stairs, is there any other information about healthcare data that is important in your analysis of this case?
Sorry, can you just repeat that, please? I'm
Sure.
just trying to think.
The healthcare data you shared tells us there's movement,
Yes.
and it may come in the term steps. You also
Tell it to
shared
Peter.
that the healthcare data can show elevation. That can come in the term flights.
Yes.
Is there any other information about the healthcare data you looked at? Did you look at it across a wide range in this case?
Objection.
No, it was just the steps and the flight climb that I was interested in.
Question
What
is
is the
crazy.
time period you looked at the healthcare data for in this case?
Between midnight and 6 a.m. or 6:30 a.m.
That's midnight on January
On
29,
January 29th.
2022 till about 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And before we get to any presentations, did you see movement on that phone relative to healthcare data at different points through the night?
I did, yes.
And did you identify those different times in your report?
I did.
You created a PowerPoint for Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Are those time points and movements, are they indicated in the PowerPoint as well?
They are, yes.
So you had, with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you looked at location data, you looked at healthcare data. Is there any other data you found important in your analysis to try to track the movements or non-movements of the phone of John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I've also looked at battery temperature information and at a feature called Doppler, which is monitoring for Face ID.
Tell us a little bit about the battery temperature. Is it the battery temperature of the phone or part of the phone?
There's a battery temperature sensor built inside the phone within the battery, and it's essentially always checking for battery overheats or battery cool downs to the point where performance will be affected and the device needs to power off to save itself being damaged. So that temperature information isn't recording ambient temperature. It's not interested in the temperature in the room, for example. It's purely interested in the battery temperature. But it is affected by ambient temperature. And I, again, did lots of testing by putting the phone into controlled temperature environments, so inside a freezer for a set amount of time, to monitor how the battery temperature would decrease over time, given the environment it was in. Bringing it back into a warm environment and testing how long it takes to increase. Putting the device outside. I live in Calgary, where it's pretty cold in winter. So putting it outside, it was like 40 Fahrenheit, I think it calculates to. And the temperature of the environment had a big impact on the battery temperature that was recorded by the device.
Were you able to track the changes in battery temperature for
Come
Mr.
on,
O'Keefe's
Peter.
cell phone over the course of the evening from after 12 on January 29, 2022 through after 7, 8 in the morning?
Yes, there wasn't a massive number of records, but there were records that I've included in my report.
In addition to those 3 areas, when a person uses an iPhone and presses the buttons, or they hold it and they try to open it by recognizing their face. What is that process called?
The Face ID would be the process for the unlocking, and then the locking, pressing the button on the side would lock the device.
When an iPhone is being used, does it act or operate differently when it's out in the open, or if it's in your pocket or under something?
Yes, so this is the Doppler function that I found within a feature called Unified Logs. Essentially,
The
whenever
Doppler function,
the
interesting.
device receives a phone call, or when you pick up the device, an iPhone X or above is trying to find a face to use to unlock the device. If the camera is blocked, a record is made to say that it's within a pocket state. So if my phone's in my pocket, when somebody calls me, it tries to look for a face, it immediately recognizes that the camera's blocked, and it records pocket state. As soon as I take the phone out of my pocket or unblock the camera, it records a pocket state cleared event. So we know when the camera was covered up versus when it was uncovered, if at the time it was receiving a phone call or was being picked up.
Does an iPhone always record whether or not the camera was blocked or hidden or covered at the time a call comes in?
Why is he asking
For
that?
example,
It's an interesting
If
question.
the device is already unlocked, then it won't make a recording to say that it was within a pocket state or a pocket state cleared. And if the device isn't blocked at all, so if I have the device on a desk in front of me,
Nosy
for
Rosie
example,
still
and
has a
call
home
comes
button.
in,
That's crazy.
there'll be no record that says that it's in a pocket state or a pocket state cleared. It will only record a pocket state event if the camera's blocked, and it will only record a pocket state cleared event if the camera was blocked and now isn't.
So if I have my iPhone
Interesting.
and I put it inside my jacket in the darkness and I get 30 calls, would all of those calls result in a reading of pocket state?
They'd all result in multiple readings of pocket state. The pocket state check is conducted more than once a second. I can't remember the exact number, but it's very frequent. And an average phone call from the start of the ring to when the device essentially hangs up, somewhere in the region of 500 checks. So if you had 10
Wow.
phone calls, then you'll have 5,000 checks made that would all report pocket state.
Did you analyze John O'Keefe's phone on the evening, early morning hours through the next morning on January 29, 2022, in an attempt to identify where he was, what he was doing, and whether his phone was inside or outside?
That was my goal, yes.
And did you engage in that analysis, sir?
I did.
And in your efforts, did you write a report?
I did.
Did you write multiple reports on these separate issues?
I did.
And those reports are provided to everybody?
Yes.
In addition to the reports that you generated from your study, did you present or did you prepare a PowerPoint?
I did.
Does the PowerPoint outline some of those points?
It does.
At the end of the PowerPoint, do you go through a timeline accumulating many of these pieces of evidence together that show them in a chronological sequence?
I do.
And does that help capture
Nothing you do is
the
private.
movement and non-movement
Agree.
of John O'Keefe's phone through that night?
I believe it does.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I agree with that.
I'm showing you a binder, sir. Could you look at it? Let me know if you recognize it.
Yes. This is
Taco Tuesday, you tripping.
Regarding John's phone.
And does it include all some of the subject areas we just spoke about?
It does.
I'd move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
39.
Thank you. With the court's permission, Mr. Whiffen, referring to Exhibit 39, I'd like you to walk us through John O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th,
Okay.
2022.
Yes.
Thank you. So I start the presentation with location data. As I mentioned earlier, this comes from the cache.sqlite database, which is considered the most reliable location or the most reliable file for location data on an iOS device. Stores information whenever location information is requested. That could be through user interaction with the device using something like Waze. It could be background activity, just depending on what applications the user has open, what settings the user has chosen. It's constantly trying to find its location and recording it in this database, partly for the purposes of identifying frequent locations. At 12 minutes and 5 seconds after midnight, the device shows multiple location points at Washington Street around Forge Pond. What I've tried to show here, there's a kind of a gold dot in the middle, which would show the actual latitude, longitude information. And then the circle around it is what's considered the accuracy radius. The smaller the accuracy radius, obviously the more accurate the information is believed to be according to the device. But ultimately, if the device is anywhere within that circle, then iOS would consider it correct. It considers it an accurate record.
Mr. Whiffen, why are there multiple circles of location data for one point where Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was?
He's pinging off at
So
different
this wasn't
towers, probably.
a single point in time. This was multiple records at around 12 minutes and 5 seconds. No application was actually in use at this time requesting location information, but the device, for whatever reason, recorded multiple records with various degrees of accuracy. Typically, you would see accuracy start quite low and get better over time, which you may have seen on your own device when you open up the map application, and it may show your device close to where you are, but not perfectly where you are, and then wait a few seconds, and that information gets refined. Essentially, this is the same thing.
So low accuracy would be a wider circle, and higher accuracy would be a smaller circle?
Correct.
At this point, Mr. O'Keefe is not utilizing Waze on his phone,
Correct.
but location data is still being stored randomly on the phone from multiple different sources?
It is, yeah. Depends on the device itself.
In the top left-hand corner, it says 12:05. That's the time that this snapshot?
Yes.
Okay. And
In
then
this
below
case, approximate.
and below it's obviously the date.
Yes.
Okay, could you take us ahead, please?
Okay. There were multiple records between that last time and what's shown on screen now at 19 minutes and 33 seconds. But all of the records were sporadic and low accuracy with values of 1,000 meters or more. But around this time, around 19 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight, is when Waze was actually brought on screen. Waze starts to ask for high accuracy data, so we see the accuracy immediately start to improve. So again, we see relatively low accuracy data to begin.
I feel better I'm not the only one that uses
seconds, it begins to refine
Waze
itself
in my own city.
until it gets down to 5-meter accuracy records as the device continues up here. We'll highlight that there's a cluster of records here as the device came to either a slow or a stop. Momentarily, multiple records were created, and then the device continued driving up Denham Street.
Mr. Whiffen, below the time, 12/19/33, in the date, talks about the average accuracy,
Yes,
and that's in meters?
that's in meters. So again, the records that are shown at the bottom here are around 55 meters. The records shown at the top are around 5 meters.
Is it typical in Waze that once it locks in, the range is around 5 meters?
Typically, yes.
Momentarily.
You also mentioned the
Totally.
average speed. Where do you learn the speed from? Where does that data come from?
The database, the cache SQLite database also calculates the average speed between two data points.
Wow,
and
it calculates
also
the speed too?
the
Nice.
bearing, or the direction of
impressive.
travel between those 2 points. So the average speed that's shown here on the left is approximately the average of all of the records that are shown on this map at the time. And each of these map points has a directional arrow that points in the direction that the database recorded the device was traveling in.
When you look at this information generated because of the usage of Waze, and you can see both the accuracy and the speed, With the Waze information at its most accurate, can you actually tell whether the vehicle is moving or whether it stops?
Yeah, based on the speed and the location and the timestamps, you can determine whether the device is moving or stopped.
Thank you.
Interesting.
Also important to, I think, point out here, in terms of knowing how reliable this location information is, I typically look at something along the lines of, does the location think it's accurate? In this case, 5 meters, so yes. Does it?
Oh,
make
not
sense
meters,
that
brother.
it's
Come
on
on
the
now.
road, it's on the correct side of the road. So
Sure.
again, it kind of makes sense. It
Got to use
fits the
American
pattern,
measurements.
of the road. The cadence and the speed are, what you would expect for this road. Like traveling at 20 to 30 miles an hour up here seems quite reasonable. So all of these factors taken together increase my confidence that this would be reliable location data. Moving to the next slide, between 20 minutes and 19 seconds and 21 minutes and 58 seconds after midnight, the device starts on the left side, on the right side at Dedham Street, drives up and turns left onto Maplecroft Road. Again, we see that all of these location points match the pattern of the road layout. They all have a consistent cadence, a consistent speed, traveling at between 10 and 20 miles an hour. And we see a cluster of records here, which is around a stop sign. So again, it indicates how reliable the data is, because the location, or the location data that's recorded recognize the vehicle slow, come to a stop, and then continue after the stop sign.
Is Maplecroft Road in Canton?
Yes. At the end of Maplecroft Road, the device turned left onto Oakdale Road and continued heading down there. Between the hours of 21 minutes and 59 seconds and 22 minutes and 53 seconds, the device continues down Oakdale Road. Again, all of these location points show with 5 meter accuracy. They show a consistent cadence, consistent pattern to the road. And again, we see a cluster where we see the device come to a slow or a stop for a stop sign. The device ultimately turns right onto Cedar Crest Avenue, I believe, and continue down there between 22 minutes and 54 seconds and 23 minutes and 57 seconds. Again, as I've said before, all of these points, 5 meter accurate, they all conform to the road. The cadence is good, and again, we see a cluster on approach to a stop sign. The device shows that it overshot Fairview Road and continued turning up Cedar Crest, but came to a stop somewhere between 50 and 51. And at 23 minutes and 58 seconds, the device appears to have turned around, so potentially a 3-point turn, in order to head back down Cedar Crest Road and turn right onto Fairview Road. Again, accuracy 5 meters, good cadence, good conformity to the road. All appears to be reliable and make sense, traveling at an average of 20 miles an hour.
And that road coming down at the bottom of the screen where John O'Keefe's phone travels, that's Fairview Road?
This is Fairview Road here, yes. The next few slides replay that same data, but instead of showing multiple points on one graph or on one map, it's going to show one location point per slide. So at 24 minutes and 20 seconds, we see the device is already on Fairview Road. Accuracy of 5 meters, traveling at 14.8 meters and heading south.
Why is this
24
important?
minutes and 21 seconds is now at 16.2 meters, but it's still highly accurate information. 24 minutes and 22 seconds, traveling at 18.3 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 23 seconds, traveling at 16.9. 24 minutes and 24 seconds after midnight.
Well, at least he wasn't
traveling
speeding.
at 16.9. 24 minutes and 25 seconds, traveling at 16.6. 24 minutes and 26 seconds, traveling at 17.
It's miles per hour.
24 minutes, 27 seconds, traveling at 15.9 miles an hour.
Miles per hour. Thank you.
And at 24 minutes and 28 seconds, traveling at 14.5 miles an hour, at which point it's approximately outside number 34, around the driveway area. 24 minutes and 29 seconds, traveling at 12.1 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 30 seconds, traveling at 11.5. 24 minutes and 31 seconds, traveling at 10.4. 24 minutes and 32 seconds, traveling at 8.9. 24 minutes and 33 seconds, traveling at 7. 24 minutes, 34 seconds, traveling at 5.2. 24 minutes and 35 seconds, traveling at 3.5. 24 minutes and 36 seconds, traveling at 3.2 miles an hour. And at 24 minutes and 37 seconds, traveling at 1.4 miles an hour. Finally, the device comes to a complete stop at 24 minutes and 38 seconds. I'll say from the testing that I've done related to the speed, it may not be 100% accurate, but it's a very good indicator of the speed in general. So if it says it was traveling at 10 miles an hour, it would have been traveling at somewhere between 9.5 and 10.5 on average.
Mr. Whiffen, you just showed us the travel of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone around 12:24 to 12:24:38 on January 29, 2022, and you said at 12:24:38 it came to a complete stop.
Yes.
Before that complete stop, was the car continuously moving at some speed?
Yes, this is the first record that shows 0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second. Prior to this, there was always a record that showed some level of speed.
If you look at number 34 on that chalk, if you can highlight it, please. Okay. If the driveway were at the right side, the top side of the house,
Yes.
does your studies indicate that the vehicle, or at least the phone, traveled past the driveway before it stopped?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it non-leading, please.
Did this car, or the phone that was in the car, ever stop at the driveway of that address?
No, according to the location and the speed data from the device, by the time it was approximately the driveway, the phone reports it was still traveling at around 15.9 miles an hour.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that address?
I have.
You have or have not?
I have.
You have. And in that address, do you see on the far left corner of that address, the yard, there's a flagpole?
Yes.
Where this car stops, or this phone stops at 12:24:33, how close is the phone to that flagpole?
I believe very close.
And you never,
You believe?
ever see the car or the phone stop anywhere near that driveway?
No.
You believe?
Between 24 minutes and 39 seconds and 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there were a cluster of more records, all showing 5-meter accuracy, but no movement.
I hate when they say we believe.
Although the center point does move around a little bit, you could interpret this as movement, but because all of the radiuses or radii overlap, there's also a good chance that there's no movement that actually occurred here. This is just the device as it's trying to refine its location. At 25 minutes and 30 seconds, we see a relatively significant change where the accuracy drops to 34 meters. We do see a course or a bearing that shows that the device reported it was heading west. But again, this accuracy radius includes the previous locations anyway. So it's difficult to differentiate between actual movement based on this location data or just on the fact that the accuracy reduced, the center point shifted because of that accuracy change, and therefore a bearing was attributed to it when it shouldn't have been.
If I could ask you some questions about the chalk on
This data seems really inaccurate. I'm not gonna lie. He's like, well, something could have been contributed. This could have been deleted or show different. If it was deleted, then maybe it's because it was in the private tab. And now we're saying there's a difference in the data here.
That indicates
Ooh, Karen looks
25
rough today.
minutes,
I'm not
30
gonna lie.
seconds. So 12, 25, 30.
Not judging. I'm just saying.
Circles become larger.
She's had a long night.
Is Waze still being used, or has Waze been stopped?
No, Waze has been closed at this point for about 40 or 50 seconds.
For how long, sir?
About 40 or 50 seconds.
This location data, or this circle, the perimeter.
I never liked
that's not
location
coming
data
from the
anyways.
Waze application anymore.
No, the location data never came from the Waze application. Waze was requesting location data. iOS is responding to that request, and as part of that response, would write the information to its database.
That
Waze
makes sense.
itself records very little location data.
So when you look at that circle, based on location data alone, could the phone be anywhere within that circle?
Correct.
There is a bullet pinpoint center of that circle.
Yes.
That center of the circle doesn't necessarily mean that the phone is at that exact location, does it?
It doesn't know. The center point is purely an indication of where you need to draw the center in order to draw the radius. If we didn't have a center point, how would you know where to draw this circle?
And so the phone could be anywhere in that circle, close to 34, inside 34, 32.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it non-leading, please.
Could the phone be anywhere in that circle?
Come on, man.
Could it be at the center point?
It could.
Could it be still in the car?
It could.
Continue, please.
Between 25 minutes and 31 seconds and 25 minutes and 36 seconds, there's an additional cluster of location data, ranging between 61-meter accuracy and 17-meter accuracy. All of them roughly centered on the same point, approximately, and all of the accuracy radius covers the same area. Like, there's so much overlap in these records that the device is essentially anywhere within the smaller circle. Between 27 minutes and 35 seconds and 38 minutes and 15 seconds, there was approximately 50 low accuracy records. Again, the device wasn't being used to ask for location data. This is completely passive and resulting in some pretty poor location data. I've highlighted with the red arrow where the 34 Fairview Road is. And we can see, although a lot of these location data do overlap with that point, there are location information here that doesn't. At 38 minutes and 16 seconds, the accuracy improves again. Is now 18 meters accurate, but continues to show approximately the same location that we saw 10 or 15 minutes earlier, around the flagpole area. 38 minutes and 17 seconds, same general area, slightly higher accuracy information down to 14 meters. 38 minutes and 18 seconds, accuracy increased to 12 meters, shifted slightly. Now the flagpole area is essentially at the lower side of this circle. Obviously the top side of the circle now includes a part of 34 Fairview.
If the location information is indicated by the circle and the circle has shifted, does that mean necessarily the phone has moved?
Not necessarily. Typically, you could assume it has, but when we're already talking about accuracies of 12, 13, 14 meters, it starts to become a little bit harder to determine how accurate this data is. So at this point in time, it could be anywhere within this circle, and the movement of the center point could just be the result of refinement of the device or environmental conditions that suddenly change. If the weather changes, it could cause the device to slightly miscalculate or to calculate differently.
Would a snowstorm or a blizzard potentially impact the precision of location information that's not precise like Waze?
It definitely has the potential to, yes.
How about a phone being covered Could that affect it?
That could also affect it, yes.
If somebody was lying on a phone, could that affect it?
That could affect it.
Could being in a building affect it?
It could.
Thank you.
Done that one at 38 minutes and 20 seconds. Again, refining
Painting the whole
information
story
more.
through
We've
his
got an
cell phone.
8-meter accurate radius, still focusing primarily on the front yard towards the left side. And then accuracy of 7 meters at 38 minutes and 21 seconds, again showing that same general area. Between 40 minutes and 22 seconds and 59 minutes and 29 seconds, accuracy fairly drops off again, and we see some fairly wild records that don't cover the area at all. But we also see some more accurate records showing, again, where the red arrow points at Fairview Road. Those records are highlighted here, just between 40 minutes and 22 seconds and 59 minutes 29 seconds, only showing records of 25-meter accuracy or better. And again, it's kind of focusing on that flagpole area. Between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., only looking at location information which is 25 meters accurate or better. Again, it kind of focuses around the front yard area, although some of these accuracies are still rather large and could put the device inside 34 on the opposite side of the street, towards 32. Between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., fairly similar story. Again, most of these points are centered around that same location at the front yard. Similarly, between 3 and 4 a.m., between 4 and 5, between 5 and 6. And in fact, if I take all of the location data between 25 minutes after midnight until 6 a.m., only looking at the records that report 10-meter accuracy or better, then typically they all focus around that same location at the front of the yard, nearish to where the flagpole can be found.
So John was already hanging out in the yard. What is this telling us?
I'd like to ask you some questions about this.
I'd like to
photograph.
ask a lot of questions about this
There's a red
photograph.
circle with a bunch of red dots in the middle.
Yes.
Would those red dots indicate the center of some location that was captured at a particular point over that night?
Yes. So each of those center dots is the center of a 10-meter accurate or better location record. I chose to not show the accuracy radius circle on this image, just purely because it makes it hard to see when you've got all these intersecting lines. But ultimately, if you were to draw a 10-meter radius around all of these points, they would all fall within the large red circle that's shown.
So this photograph was meant to take readings from the most accurate of the data throughout the night?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask it again differently, please.
Was
He already answered
circle
the question. You got to
include
strike
low
that.
frequency data?
No, this circle only includes 10-meter accuracy or better.
The fact that the center dots are in different spots, is that inconsistent with a phone being in the same place, not moving that entire night?
It could indicate movement. It could indicate refinement.
Is it impossible to tell?
It's impossible to tell at this level of detail anyway.
Are all of these dots, given the range, 10 meters or under, are all these dots and all these readings of the high frequency data that you compiled for that night, are they all consistent with Mr. O'Keefe's phone being near the flagpole and not moving that night?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going on.
I think that's a reasonable assumption.
Jeez.
All right, this might be a good spot. Are you ready to move on to the next area, or you have any more questions about
Now would be
this?
a fine time, Your Honor.
All right. Folks, why don't we take our morning break, 15, 20 minutes? We're going to see that there for 15.
Thank you.
15, 20 minutes. All right. What do y'all think so far? A lot of this data seems to be confusing and not as accurate.
Please rise for the jury.
There's a lot going on here. Let me read some of these super chats and then I'll see what y'all are thinking. By the way, no sidebars yet because we're not counting the first one. First of all, I gotta say thank you to Rhonda over on Cash App. She dropped a 10 bomb showing some major love. Thank you, Rhonda, for the love and support. And what did she say? I actually want to read her comment. Did she say a comment or she just leave the super chat? Hold on. I gotta look and see. She said, thanks. All right. Thank you, Rhonda. Appreciate the love. We got Maricela over here with the super sticker dropping the 5 bomb saying bravo. Appreciate you, as well as Kara in there with the 3 bomb and the super sticker with this fist bump. I appreciate y'all. Slim Life in here as well with the 4 bomb and the coffee. Listen, I find this stuff interesting, but I know some of y'all are probably over there hurting from this testimony. But I think it's important to hear how the data is collected, hear how accurate the data is. It seems like there's a lot of room for manipulation when it comes to the data, but in most cases, Apple captures a lot of this pretty accurately. It's just, I hate that this information got passed off to Cellbrite by the Boston PD or the Canton PD, because it seems like there's a lot of a huge margin for error there. Again, I could be wrong. We'll see moving forward. Tatum has been a member for 2 months. All right, shout out to Tatum over there dancing. I see you. We've got Maricela with the 5 bomb. Says Amy, she cracked me up talking about the scissors. Oh my gosh, Amy was tripping. I'm not even gonna read the comment. Shout out to Amy. We've got Peter Ortiz in here, gifted 5 memberships. If you got a membership from Peter, please make sure you say thank you. Peter is one of the few outspoken lock Karen Reed's ass up gang in here. So shout out to Peter. He's already got his mind made up. He thinks Karen's guilty. Nothing wrong with that. We really appreciate the differing opinions here. I like to hear everybody's side and what y'all think about how this trial is going so far. Peter's convinced that Karen, she's about to get locked up and won't let her out. Mr. Brown in here. Shout out to Mr. Brown for the 5 bomb. Still praying for you, Mr. Brown. I know you said you're feeling well in there. Hopefully you have a speedy recovery and you get some rest and relax, but it's always good to see you here in the chat too. It's funny how she asked if this is a good time to take a break. She literally cuts off the defense mid-sentence. Is like, yeah, we taking a break. Marco the Prophet's in here. What's up, man? Says, good morning. Hope all is well. We're doing great. Doing great over here. Hope the same for you. Amy was tripping, but we love it. Yeah, she is talking about, I can't believe that she pulled up that song. I wonder if that was an accident. Why would she be listening to It's Raining Men at that late? I don't know. Something was going on there. He was in the basement. So y'all are saying that's why in this instance it looks like this, because that's where the basement is, but that's pretty far away from the house. I don't know. It doesn't prove anything. How does this prove she hit him with the car? I have no idea. So if it is in that circle, so inside the house, it looks like he was outside the house at this point. OMG, Karen, you got to hurt the case. Stop drinking. Yeah, Karen was looking rough this morning. I don't know what was going on there. We got the OnlyFans spinning. She said it's a family joke. They dance to It's Raining Men. Okay. Amy says, I'm not tripping, actually. I'm just trying to see if there is another hypothesis. Yeah, when it comes to the reason she was playing that song, it seems like an odd time to be playing that song. So I don't know. You might have something there, Amy. It's definitely possible. And we'll have to wait and see what Jen's testimony is. Also, we've got 648 of y'all have liked the video. So we're over 100% like ratio. Thank y'all for liking the video. What we're going to do is, let me see how much time we've got. So we were about 4 minutes behind. So we've probably got 10 minutes. I've got a couple topics I wanted to cover, but what we're going to do is I'm going to leave the fan spinning for a second. I will be right back. And then we'll get into our next topic here. Y'all give me 1 second. Actually, let me rewind it. I'll do y'all one better.
4 minutes and 22 seconds. traveling at 18.3 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 23 seconds, traveling at 16.9. 24 minutes and 24 seconds after midnight, traveling at 16.9. 24 minutes and 25 seconds, traveling at 16.6. 24 minutes and 26 seconds, traveling at 17. 24 minutes, 27 seconds, traveling at 15.9 miles an hour. And at 24 minutes and 28 seconds, traveling at 14.5 miles an hour, at which point it's approximately outside number 34, around the driveway area. 24 minutes and 29 seconds, traveling at 12.1 miles an hour. 24 minutes and 30 seconds, traveling at 11.5. 24 minutes and 31 seconds, traveling at 10.4. 24 minutes and 32 seconds, traveling at 8.9. 24 minutes and 33 seconds, traveling at 7. 24 minutes, 34 seconds, traveling at 5.2. 24 minutes and 35 seconds, traveling at 3.5. 24 minutes and 36 seconds, traveling at 3.2 miles an hour. And at 24 minutes and 37 seconds, traveling at 1.4 miles an hour. Finally, the device comes to a complete stop at 24 minutes and 38 seconds. I'll say from the testing that I've done related to the speed, it may not be 100% accurate, but it's a very good indicator of the speed in general. So if it says it was traveling at 10 miles an hour, it would have been traveling at somewhere between 9.5 and 10.5 on average.
Mr. Whiffen, you just showed us the travel of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone around 12:24 to 12:24:38 on January 29, 2022, and you said at 12:24:38 it came to a complete stop.
Yes.
Before that complete stop, was the car continuously moving at some speed?
Yes, this is the first record that shows 0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second. Prior to this, there was always a record that showed some level of speed.
If you look at number 34 on that chalk, if you can highlight it, please. Okay. If the driveway were at the right side, the top side of the house,
Yes.
does your studies indicate that the vehicle, or at least the phone, traveled past the driveway before it stopped?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it non-leading, please.
Did this car, or the phone that was in the car, ever stop at the driveway of that address?
No, according to the location and the speed data from the device, by the time it was approximately the driveway, the phone reports it was still traveling at around 15.9 miles an hour.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that address?
I have.
You have or have not?
I have.
You have. And in that address, do you see on the far left corner of that address, the yard, there's a flagpole?
Yes.
Where this car stops, or this phone stops at 12:24:33, how close is the phone to that flagpole?
I believe very close.
And do you ever see the car or the phone stop anywhere near that driveway?
No.
Please continue.
Between 24 minutes and 39 seconds and 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there were a cluster of more records, all showing 5-meter accuracy, but no movement. Although the center point does move around a little bit, you could interpret this as movement, but because all of the radiuses or radii overlap, there's also a good chance that there's no movement that actually occurred here. This is just the device as it's trying to refine its location. At 25 minutes and 30 seconds, we see a relatively significant change where the accuracy drops to 34 meters. We do see a course or a bearing that shows that the device reported it was heading west. But again, this accuracy radius includes the previous locations anyway. So it's difficult to differentiate between actual movement based on this location data or just on the fact that the accuracy reduced, the center point shifted because of that accuracy change, and therefore a bearing was attributed to it when it shouldn't have been.
If I could ask you some questions about the chalk on that indicates 25 minutes, 30 seconds, so 12, 25, 30. The circles become larger.
Correct.
Is Waze still being used, or has Waze been stopped?
No, Waze has been closed at this point for about 40 or 50 seconds.
For how long, sir?
About 40 or 50 seconds.
This location data, or this circle, the perimeter, that's not coming from the Waze application anymore?
No, the location data never came from the Waze application. Waze was requesting location data. iOS is responding to that request, and as part of that response, would write the information to its database. Waze itself records very little location data.
So when you look at that circle, based on location data alone, could the phone be anywhere within that circle?
Correct.
There is a bullet pinpoint center of that circle.
Yes.
That center of the circle doesn't necessarily mean that the phone is at that exact location, does it?
It doesn't, no. The center point is purely an indication of where you need to draw the center in order to draw the radius. If we didn't have a center point, how would you know where to draw this circle?
And so the phone could be anywhere in that circle, close to 34, inside 34, 32.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it non-leading, please.
Could the phone be anywhere in that circle?
It could.
Could it be at the center point?
It could.
Could it be still in the car?
It could.
Continue, please.
Between 25 minutes and 31 seconds and 25 minutes and 36 seconds, there's an additional cluster of location data.
Cluster.
Ranging between 61
Shout out to the
meter
cluster.
accuracy and 17 meter
All right, we're back,
accuracy.
y'all.
All of them roughly centered on the same point, approximately.
All right, that's enough of that. Let's go back. Let's get back to the OnlyFan. We'll get to the OnlyFan here in a second. All right, let me see what y'all saying. I believe. Will you believe which part? Oh, y'all are talking about them saying I believe. Yeah, I hate when they say that. From what I believe, what does the evidence show? That's what I want to know. Bish, this is not a believe game. This is about facts. A woman is fighting for her life. I wonder how many times I believe has gotten people convicted. That's a great point. Shout out to Tatum getting it in the gym. I see you over there, Tatum. All right, y'all know what time it is. We got a little bit more news about Shannon Sharpe. So I talked about this last week when it comes to Shannon Sharpe. I predicted everything that was going to go down with him resigning from ESPN. Well, we won't say resigning. People are saying it's too soon. Again, y'all don't want to listen to me. It's fine. With Shannon Sharpe stepping down or taking a leave of absence from ESPN. We talked about Stephen A. Smith and the difference in tone between what he had to say about Shannon Sharpe and what he had to say about Jay-Z. Two totally different things. And it sounded like Stephen A. Smith was alluding to maybe this might be it for Shannon Sharpe. Well, once Shannon Sharpe finally stepped down from his position at ESPN and said he was going to be back at the NFL season, Stephen A. Smith had this to say. Let's go ahead and look at it.
Let's get to the latest news, and it's involving Mr. Shannon Sharpe, who announced yesterday that he would be stepping away from ESPN, ESPN's First Take, my daytime job, at least until the NFL preseason sometime later on this summer. As you may recall, a lawsuit was filed against Shannon on Sunday by a woman using the name Jane Doe, or using a Jane Doe pseudonym. The 13-page complaint filed in Nevada alleged that Shannon Sharpe committed assault, sexual assault, battery, and sexual battery. Shannon and his attorneys responded with evidence of the relationship being, quote unquote, consensual. And Jane Doe's attorney, Tony Busby, responded by releasing audio of an alleged conversation between his client and Shannon. For those that don't know,
it was nasty.
Tony Busby is the same attorney that filed the lawsuit against Jay-Z and Diddy, alleging they both
Again, doesn't matter. I don't think it's relevant at all. It's annoying to me that people keep doing this. Let's take it on a case-by-case basis. Just because I believe Tony Busby is a POS and the scum of the earth does not mean he can't bring forward a reasonable case, a winnable case. And as you have heard from me on multiple occasions, I believe that that's what he has here in this case. But we'll see what Stephen A. Smith has to say. I'll leave a link to this video in the description for y'all as well.
sexually assaulted a minor, which has since been withdrawn. Jay-Z has now countersued Busby. Needless to say, the headlines this week took on a life of their own, and as a result, Shannon announced he was stepping away from ESPN. Here's a portion of Shannon's statement that he posted on social media. Quote, "I will be devoting this time to my family and responding and dealing with these false and disruptive allegations set against me. I plan to return to ESPN at the start of the NFL preseason. I sincerely appreciate the overwhelming and ongoing support I have received from my family, fans, friends, and colleagues," end quote. It's been a difficult week from
I bet
a sports media perspective, certainly as it pertains to First Take. Shannon Sharpe became a friend. When I recruited him to come on board on ESPN's First Take, he came on board and he did a sensational job. No matter the amount of success that we enjoyed for the 12 years prior to his arrival,
he wasn't there long either.
he helped take it to another level last year.
Less
And
than a
we're doing our
year.
thing this year as well. And so when the news came down that he and ESPN had mutually agreed that he would need to come off the airwaves of ESPN, it was a blow to the show, a blow to me personally, because I'm going to miss him. But it was not a surprise.
We knew this.
When I was on,
We saw this in Stephen A. Smith's first response to this. He knew what was coming. He had his head down. He had his shoulders all the way in a terrible position because he knew what was about to happen here. And we could see it coming. Happened right on time. On the Thursday, I thought it was going to be Friday, ESPN said, yeah, we agree with Shannon Sharpe stepping down. And this is just the beginning, because we're going to talk about later, Shannon Sharpe is looking like not only is this affecting his career as a commentator on ESPN, but it also might be affecting what he was trying to do with his YouTube channel, because a lot of y'all might know with YouTube, getting the views and everything is great, but a lot of the incentives you can get are from getting sponsorships, and it's certain sponsors, depending on your brand, they might want to sponsor you, they might not want to sponsor you. Now Shannon's brand is taking a little bit of a different shape, and he's viewed in the public eye in a different way. Brands might not want to work with him as much, but we're going to talk about that in another video. No, he is not married.
but it was not a surprise.
Neither one of these guys are married.
When I was on the air just a few days ago, a lot of people were looking for me to say something. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to speak to one's innocence or one's guilt about something I have absolutely positively no knowledge of whatsoever. Do I believe that Shannon Sharpe is guilty of what he has been accused of? Absolutely not. That is my personal opinion. The brother that I've come to know, I don't believe would assault or rape anybody. And I'm going to state that emphatically. But just as emphatically, I'm going to remind everybody it is my opinion because of what I feel about him. Not in any way implying that I know a damn thing beyond that, because I don't know.
I love how Stephen A. Smith, he's just putting it out there saying, hey, guys, I don't know what happened. This is just how I feel. With Jay-Z, he said, I know for a fact that this did not happen.
I've seen the text messages released by his lawyer,
Lanny Davis.
who, by the way, I don't think has been impressive in this at all, because
Thank you.
some of the information that was let out to the public, I have no idea why a lawyer would advise such a thing. But that's,
I said the exact same thing. Shout out to Stephen A. Smith, man. We're on the same page. I said the same thing. I said, I don't know what Lanny is doing. This is not helping Shannon Sharpe, showing these text messages coming out, and then they don't give the context of the text messages. Because I guarantee if you don't show if you showed the context, it's like Shannon Sharpe said. Why don't you show the full video? Shannon, why are you just pointing out the text messages that this lady sent? Huge mistake. And then Lanny came out and doubled down and said, yeah, Shannon Sharpe, that's not an AI generated phone call. The audio is real. And Shannon Sharpe was upset. Like, what is he doing? His
It's a
lawyers.
different subject for another day. And we're allowed
I made a
to
video
deduce
about it too.
from an opinion perspective what we
Terrible.
believe and what we don't. So long as we concede that we have no way of knowing definitively what the truth is. What I can speak about
Shannon could tell you the truth.
is the fact that this 3-time Super Bowl champion and this Hall of Famer, who emphatically stated to me over the phone how innocent he is of these allegations that have been levied against him,
I believe him.
insisting repeatedly that anything you read, anything you see, anything you hear was fully and totally consensual.
Well, I don't know about that part.
In the same breath, what's inescapable is that without us knowing all the merits, he was working with Disney, where I've worked since 2003, excluding my departure from 2009 to 2011, when I was gone for those 2 years. Outside of that, I've been at Disney since October of 2003. I know this place. I know the worldwide leader that is ESPN, who's under the umbrella of Disney. And it wasn't difficult for me to figure out what was transpiring. As I sit here before you today discussing this matter, ESPN and Disney have a wait and see attitude when it comes to whatever evidence they may learn about this entire situation involving Shannon Sharpe from a legal and from a civil perspective.
How do they have
What they didn't need as it pertains to those two things that I just mentioned, they didn't need any definitive evidence at this particular moment in time about all of that stuff once all the things Shannon Sharpe's lawyer put out there.
Yep. And again, this is something that I mentioned to y'all. This is something that we talked about with Shannon's lawyer putting all that information out. We know so many things about this situation are true, and so many things that were said in the complaint filed by Tony Busby were true. We know they were in a relationship. Shannon Sharpe said that. We know they were participating in some different types of adult activity, right? We know that to be true. So when you combine all of those things with Disney and with ESPN making a calculated decision on whether it's safe to move forward or not, you can pretty much take everything that Shannon's verified, everything his lawyer put out, everything his lawyer said Shannon did, and that is enough for Disney to say, it's not worth our time. We're good on this, Shannon. We loved you, but you got to go. Which is why it doesn't make sense for them to bring him back, because this one hasn't been the first time Shannon Sharpe's been not only accused of this, but had an issue with people in the workplace. And then two, Shannon Sharpe admitted to so many things being true in this claim. It's just him saying, well, it's not what it looks like, guys. And when it comes to you having a brand, when it comes to you having a business, you want to have and hold a certain type of standard, especially ESPN. We've seen they let people go for less. We got Paul Pierce. We've got Michael Irving. We're going to hear from Michael Irving in another video. It's tough to see, and I'm surprised Stephen A. Smith isn't taking more of a stance on this, that how ESPN's really going to see it. So I'll say ESPN is going to see this as not worth their time. They're going to wish Shannon good luck, and they're going to move on to the next thing. If Fox, knowing what they knew, we're not willing to work things out, we're not willing to try and keep Shannon there, what makes you think that ESPN's going to say, we'll just let it slide again for a third, fourth, fifth time? Come on, man. Let's be real, Stephen A.
It was uncomfortable to listen to, and it was not something that Walt Disney once associated with its brand.
Exactly. This is it right here. He said it was uncomfortable to listen to. It's not something ESPN wants associated with their brand. That tells you all you need to know. Shannon Sharpe is not coming back, guys.
So to
I don't know why we're
have him on the airwaves
having this conversation.
while all of that stuff was put out there was not something that Disney was going to take.
Facts.
That is what I mean when I say I am not surprised.
Wow.
In getting to know Shannon Sharpe, I know a lot of things that he has articulated that he has been through in his life. I
He's
can't
been through some
imagine
things,
too
that's
many
for sure.
things in life tougher than what he's going through now.
That's true.
And there's a lot of people out there talking a lot of smack and a lot of stuff about him. You will never hear that from me. It will not happen. I don't give a damn if we speak a day from now, a month from now, a year from now, years from now. He's my friend. And it's always going to be that way.
Oh, Stephen A. Smith's a
I'd
good
say the
friend.
same thing to you about anybody else that I know to be my friend. I don't have to work with you. I don't have to be around you. I don't have to be around you all the time, talking to you all the time to have love for you and to wish you the best. And that's exactly what it's going to be for him. I sincerely hope that all of this goes away and we find there's a bunch of falsehoods to these allegations and he's able to come back in this industry and do what he has been doing, which has been phenomenal.
Not at
I
ESPN.
hope Club Shay Shay and Nightcap and all of these other things that he's associated with, that he continues to thrive in his life and move forward. And whatever mistakes he may have made along the way, I'm not talking from a legal or civil perspective, I'm talking about in his eyes or that of others, whether it be moral or something else. I hope that he corrects whatever he feels he needs to correct and he moves forward.
But it ain't gonna be here. Somebody said in the chat. They said, why is he talking like he's dead? Yeah, it's over. Stephen A. Smith knows that when it comes to ESPN, this is you can't recover from this. He's already admitted to saying and doing certain things. It's not a great look for them. We're gonna talk about that later too.
But in the process of doing all of that, I hope we're all reminded of a few things. And this extends far beyond a Shannon Sharpe or anybody else. One of the things that we need to remind ourselves of is that in this day and age, very few things are private.
That's true.
In this day and age, there's very few things that won't come to light, because most things do.
It's true.
But thinking beyond Shannon, thinking beyond myself, just thinking about the world that we live in terms of the podcast stratosphere and everything like that, a lot of people want to walk around thinking you can do what you want to do when you want to do it. You could your own operation. You don't have to answer to anybody. That's not true.
It's not.
I've had people open their mouth and they've said, Stephen A., you work for ESPN. What kind of control do you really have? This is my podcast. This is my YouTube show. I own this. But if you think for 1 second that I could just do what I want to do, when I want to do it, how I want to do it, and there's not going to be any repercussions, you're clueless.
Yeah, and I agree. I'm glad that Shannon started his own platform just because there's a lot more leeway and he'll still be able to get sponsorships. He'll still be able to get people viewing and wanting to see him on his own platform. But with certain things, happening, you can and possibly will limit yourself. We've already seen that. As I mentioned before, my guy Anton Daniels put out a video about it yesterday. It's looking like Shannon Sharpe already may have be either on hold or have lost some of his sponsorships on YouTube. So even though you had the ESPN thing that was going great over on the YouTube side, you have that, right? Obviously, YouTube has some people who are way worse people than Shannon Sharpe that are on the platform. But if something happens with YouTube, you might have some issues there. If you're not able to get the sponsors that you want to get, you might have some issues there. So this is going to, unfortunately not be something that ends quickly. Hopefully Shannon can get it figured out. And I think Stephen A. Smith sees the writing on the wall. He's talking a lot about him moving forward. He's talking like the relationship has ended. And as I've stated here before, it seems like that's going to be the case moving forward as well. Let me know what y'all think about this in the comments and in the chat. Shay, man, this is tough. He says, Don said he talks too much. Hush, please. Hey, we got to give Stephen A. Smith a round of applause, though. So far, he's kept his image pretty clean. It seems like he takes things seriously. Obviously, Shannon and Stephen A. Smith has been a professional in the professional world a lot longer than Shannon Sharpe. Shannon Sharpe, I mean, you do press conferences as an NFL player. You have other things and brand deals that you have to do. But for the most part, it's really not completely in the public eye on this type of platform like a Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith, he has a lot more that he has to think about. Shannon Sharpe's maybe starting to see and realize that now. I don't know. If the payday was not so high, the girls that do this would think twice. It should also be mandatory. If they lie, they should be prosecuted. Here's the tough part. And again, y'all know I say innocent until proven guilty on this channel. With Shannon, he's not denying that any of this happened. What he's saying is he was set up. So the problem lies there is Shannon Sharpe. What are y'all saying? We're saying he's innocent of assault, right? A certain type of an assault. And normally I would agree with you, but the reason I don't agree is because Shannon Sharpe's definition of the assault, he's basing it off of the fact that they had a certain relationship. And if you look at the law and you look at what the law says, even if you have a certain type of relationship, a BDSM relationship, if you don't have these guidelines in place, then you leave a lot open for the interpretation. And the interpretation of that is going to be decided by the courts. And if you look at it from a court perspective, then the court is going to say, Shannon, that's assault. You can't just because you say, oh, she said she wanted me to choke her and abuse her. Like, you can't do whatever you want to. So it's tough, man. Is Shannon Sharpe innocent of the assault? I think so. How the law is going to see that, that's a different thing. So I don't think she's even lying in this instance, because Shannon Sharpe isn't saying she's lying. Shannon Sharpe is saying all this stuff happened and it's a setup. That's the problem. So if y'all want to say she set him up, then I would probably agree with that. But when it comes to her lying, I don't think she's lying. And I don't think that's what Shannon Sharpe is saying either. He's saying, yeah, she did all this stuff, which caused me to do a certain thing, which now caused me to be in this certain situation. But she's not being lying. I don't think I'd want a partner that enjoys being abused. Hey, some people, that's what she's falsely representing the events. Shh. No, she's not, because that's not what Shannon's saying. Shannon's saying it happened. She said, no, no, no. She said she cried and was upset. And I thought it was foreplay. I thought we were still in the game. And she said, no, we weren't in the game. It's tough, man. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into the trial. For some reason, we lost. We got to go over to law and crime. So fair use law and crime. Y'all, I know sometimes YouTube channels be tripping. I wanted to use another source that we might not have issues with, but let me see if I could find it. Are they back? Oh, they're back. Good. So we don't have to use law and crime. Thank goodness. All right, y'all give me 1 second. Let me switch over. Because some of these YouTube channels, I'm going to talk about it over on the Patreon. Some of these YouTube channels do not like when you use their content, even for these court proceedings. All right, here we go. We're getting back into it.
Thank you.
Again, we see at 21 minutes and 10 seconds until 24 minutes and 22 seconds, there are 80 steps recorded. And again, if you compare this to the location data, we know that the device was in a vehicle at this time. Between 22 minutes and 14 seconds and 24 minutes and 37 seconds, we have 3 flight climb events that are aggregated into that time period. And again, the location data shows that the device was traveling in a vehicle at that time.
Mr. Whiffen, you had showed us a slide of 2437 on January 29, 2022 in your PowerPoint presentation, noting at that time, 12/24/37, the phone in the car was still traveling at 1.4 miles per hour.
Correct. This is about a second before it came to a stop.
Can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that period of 12/22/14 to 12/24/37, Mr. O'Keefe, or at least Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, was still in that car?
Yes, the location data shows it was in the car at the time, and my next few slides will demonstrate why that was still recording a flight climb event while it was in a vehicle.
Thank you.
At 31 minutes and 56 seconds until 32 minutes and 16 seconds, there were 36 steps recorded. And then there was no further health activity recorded on the device for several hours until 4 minutes after 6 a.m. When 432 steps were recorded between the time of 6:04 and 6:11.
Let me ask you about that 12/31/56 to 12/32/16 time period. We can see larger ranges in the time period range. That is a smaller range comparatively.
Yes.
Okay. At 12/31/56, is that the beginning of the 36 steps?
Essentially, yeah, it takes the timestamps from the cache encrypted C, looks at when the first step occurred, looks at when the last step occurred, and aggregates the times based on that.
So 12/32/16
interesting.
would be the last steps taken for that cell phone.
Correct.
And in between that time period, there's 36 steps. You shared earlier that it doesn't indicate the direction of the steps.
Correct.
Other than the movement that equates the steps, can it tell anything about what direction, the positioning, how the phone was moving?
It can't, no. It's just purely registered what it thinks are 36 steps.
Could it have been a straight line?
It could have been a straight
Could it
line.
have been somebody pacing?
It could have been,
Could it have been somebody moving and jumping?
yes. Jumping, if they were jumping forward, essentially.
After 12/32/16, when this phone took its last steps, it never moved again?
Objection, Your Honor.
Form of the question, sustained.
After 12/32/16, when this phone took its last steps, did it move again until 6:04:01 a.m.?
There were no more steps or flight climb or any other health activity recorded during that time.
Do you know what triggered movement at 6:04:01 a.m. of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I presume that the device was moving at that time, but I don't know the details of who.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike on
I'll strike it.
Please continue.
Okay. Regarding the flight climb events, looking at the cache encrypted C database, I was able to find more granular, accurate timestamps for these records. And I showed those timestamps on this map at the position that the device was, according to the location data at the time.
So you're going back to earlier in the evening now, 12/22/14,
Correct.
to 12/24/37 when the phone stopped near the flagpole.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So we have the first record at 22:17, a flight climb event was recorded. I've highlighted that was a red line, and that equates to the red line that shows underneath the timestamp where the location was, where the device was at that time. The second record is 22 minutes and 32 seconds, showed with a green line, which shows over here. And then finally, 24 minutes and 37 seconds after midnight, shows with an orange line down here outside 34 Fairview. I'd like to point out that health activity events are recorded upon the event completion. The device doesn't know that you're about to walk up some stairs. It doesn't know that you're halfway up some stairs. It has to wait until you've reached the top in order to detect that an altitude change has occurred. So that change only gets written to the database once the flight climb has ended. I tested approximately 8 different phones, different models, different versions of iOS, and found that on average, there was a time difference between 15 and 50 seconds between when I physically stopped walking up a flight of stairs and when the record was made. So
That's a really small sample size. He said 8 different phones. Come on, man.
Stopped walking up a flight of stairs. And
So
when
he's
the
allowed to
record was
test
made.
test things
it's
out.
Just based on the time that the device
Not a
takes
fan of that.
to pull the altitude, detect that an altitude difference has occurred, and then write the data to the database. So then I took that average data of between 15 and 50 seconds and plotted it onto this graph, which also plots the altitude of the device over time. So the red line here shows the time according to the cache encrypted C database where the first flight climb event was recorded at 22 minutes and 17 seconds. Working back 15 seconds from that to say that with the gap that I know exists between the flight climb ending and when the record's recorded, the flight climb event is presumed to have occurred within this red gradient area. The altitude information on the device shows that between those times, the altitude increased from around 41 meters to around 45 meters. You may recall earlier I said that it's a 3-meter incline that Apple considers a flight climb event. Therefore, the incline that occurred within this red gradient is sufficient to trip a flight climb event. When we look at the second record at 22 minutes and 32 seconds, this is shown on this chart as a green line, and again, working back 15 seconds and beyond to allow for the tolerance, we see the green gradient area. This shows an altitude change of around 45 meters to 48 meters. Again, that would be sufficient for a flight climb event to be recorded because we have 3-meter incline change. We then don't see an incline change for a while. All we see is the device going downhill until we get the record right at the end there at 24 minutes and 37 seconds. And again, working back around 15 seconds to the orange gradient, we see an increase from around 25 to 28, 29 meters. Again, that would be sufficient to cause a flight climb event to be recorded.
I'd like to ask you,
Sorry, I'll go back.
continue, and then I'll ask you, please.
Okay. I then compared that information to a topology website from the area, according to a topology website data, and plotted that out here. We see the red circle now is related to the first flight climb, the green circle to the second flight climb, and the orange circle to the third flight climb. The gradients that we see here are the same gradients that were shown on the previous graph. So the presumption is that within this red gradient is where the flight climb event occurred. Within the green gradient here is where the second flight climb event occurred, and within the orange gradient here is where the third flight climb event occurred. The white circles show the altitude of that particular location according to the topology website. So again, we see that for the red gradient, there's an increase from 43 to 47 meters. Between the green gradient and the green number 2, again, we're going from around 47 to 50 meters. And then with the orange gradient at the bottom, we've gone from around 26 to 28 meters. So fairly consistent with the data that was recorded on the device in terms of altitude information. And I would suggest is the reason that these flight climb events occurred.
Mr. Whiffen, there's 3 different times. The first is 12/22/17. At that time, was the Waze data app initiated?
It was.
And did that indicate whether or not Mr. O'Keefe or his phone were traveling in a car at that time?
Appeared to still be traveling in a car.
At 12/22/32, was the Waze data initiated and active?
It was, yes.
And at that time, does the data indicate that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was in a vehicle and moving?
It does.
And you showed us a slide finally from 12/24/37 that the vehicle was still moving 1.4 miles per hour.
Correct.
And was the Waze data initiated and active at that time, 12/24/37?
If I remember correctly, Waze had closed about 5 or 10 seconds earlier.
Now, based on your study of the Waze information, the location information, the topography, and the healthcare data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether the indication on the healthcare data reflecting flights of stairs, do you have an opinion whether or not that was registered as a result of a person holding a phone walking upstairs or for some other reason?
Based on the location data, the health data, and the research that I did and the testing, I believe it is more likely that the device was in a vehicle traveling on a road going up an incline versus the location data being incorrect and the person being walking up physical stairs.
Thank you.
Can the defense have a turn now? Dang.
You can continue, please.
Okay. So I'll address the idea of 3 clocks, which I believe was brought up previously.
Let me interrupt.
Sorry.
Why don't we just explain to the jury how clocks work in an iPhone?
That is kind of covered in the next slide anyway.
Okay.
Maybe worth just jumping ahead to that slide.
Explain the idea of 3 clocks.
Yes. Essentially, there is 1 clock on an iPhone. It's
Yeah, the
clock that
data
you see.
seems
it's shown in the
messed
top
up.
corner, and all activity is related to that particular time. So when you receive a text message, the time that's shown in the database is related to the time that you can see on the phone. When you do health activity, it's related to the time that you see in the top corner of the phone. Everything is related to that time. The difference is within the current PowerLog databases. It's a subset of files stored on iOS devices. They use what's called a monotonic clock, but it's not a clock that can actually be trusted to see when events occurred. It's the way that the device records time. It's essentially a counter that's just counting seconds since the device was reset, basically. And I'm sure most people can recall a time where you would set a clock on a digital device, come back to it 3 or 4 months later, and the clock's now not quite as accurate as it was when you left it. Time starts to drift. It might drift forward and be faster. It might drift slower and be further behind. That
Interesting.
essentially happens with the monotonic clock as well. So you have to take the values that the monotonic clock provides and add or subtract different values, which are essentially offsets, in order to get the accurate time. And that's what I'll be displaying in this slide here. The confusion with the idea of 3 clocks, I believe, comes from the way that Magnet Axiom product displays PowerLog data. They show a monotonic date and time, a baseband date and time, and a display date and time within the PowerLog records. As an examiner, it's really good to see this data and understand how the tool is determining these values. As an examiner, it would be really bad to look at these values and think that they are accurate timestamps at face value, because they aren't. And I'll start to talk through how this information works. So the other thing that Axiom shows, as well as the monotonic baseband and display times, is they show the location where this information came from. In this case, we have 2 tables. One is called PL Springboard Agent Event Forward S-Block. And that is what this table is here. And you can see we've got an ID number, a timestamp, and a value of locked. But we also show a second table that's involved called PL Storage Operator Event Forward Time Offset. And that's this table at the bottom here. So again, we see there's an ID, a timestamp, baseband, kernel, and system values. These values all need to be read together in order to make sense of the data. So for example, if I take the timestamp that's shown here, the 1643 33687 number, if you treat that as number of seconds since the 1st of January 1970, it's what we call a Unix epoch. That will get you the timestamp of 29th of January 2022 at midnight, 21 minutes and 27 seconds once you account for the UTC -5 offset. And you'll see that that is the same timestamp that Axiom shows here as the monotonic time, 12:21:27.
Okay.
What we need to then do is take that monotonic time and add it to the baseband value that we see in the time offset table. So now we have a value of 1643, 3687.14954, and we add minus 183 point whatever this number is here to get this value. If we treat this value as number of seconds since the 1st of January 1970, then we get a time of 18 minutes and 23 seconds past midnight on January 29th, which is also the time that we show here as the baseband time. Finally, we can take the monotonic time and add the minus 181 seconds shown in the system to get this value, which equates to 18 minutes and 25 seconds past midnight on the 29th of January, which is the same as the display time up here. So all this is essentially doing is saying that the counter that is built into the iPhone is registered the time of that we see in the top, the monotonic time. This is not necessarily the time that the event happened. You have to offset it with this value here in order to get the actual time that this happened. My own personal phone, when I was doing this testing, the time difference between the monotonic time and when something actually happened was over 2 weeks. There was a massive difference because my phone has been drifting so far since I originally bought and set up that phone. And again, when I was testing this, I can turn the flashlight on, turn the flashlight off. Both of those activities are recorded in the power log database. If I just look at the monotonic time, it's off by over 2 weeks. If I do this process to calculate the correct offset, it shows exactly when I turned that flashlight on and when I turned that flashlight off. The calculation is imperative. Without the calculation, these timestamps are irrelevant. And all Axiom is doing here is they're showing you the values that they use in order to calculate the final value. It doesn't mean that you can take the monotonic timestamp and read anything into it. It's completely irrelevant on its own.
Is it necessary to understand this process in order to ensure the integrity of the time that you're offering to the jury so you understand whether it's accurate or not?
It would be if we were discussing power log data. Power log data only really encompasses things like battery level, the time and date that it's plugged in, button presses, camera usage, things like that. It doesn't count for location data. It doesn't count for Apple Health data. They both work on the system time. They both work on the same system time. So they're always going to be aligned.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the location data times and the accuracy of the health data times that you shared with us?
They'd be consistent with each other. So to summarize that, there's only really one clock that's in use on an iPhone for recording. The only difference is the monotonic time, which is how power logs record information, but you need to offset the times to figure out when that activity actually happened. And that you only have to offset those times for power log data, not for health, not for location, not for messages or photographs or any other activity like that, purely power log data.
Is there another subject that you looked at, that you analyzed, in order to reach a conclusion about the time and location of John O'Keefe's cell phone over the night of January 29, 2022?
Yes, the next one is battery temperature.
Can you explain a little bit of background on this before you start the slides?
So again, we have a temperature sensor built in within the phone, monitoring for if the the battery temperature increases too high and becomes a danger, or if the temperature gets too low and becomes an issue. So it constantly monitors the temperature of the battery and records that information in the Knowledge C database.
Did you look into the battery temperatures from before midnight and after midnight and do an analysis regarding the temperatures of that cell phone battery?
I did, yes. Throughout the evening of the 28th of January and then the morning of the 29th.
Mr. Whiffen, that's going to be hard to read. Is there any way you can enlarge it?
Yeah, help us out.
Apparently not like that. There we go.
Thank you.
So on the evening of the 28th, see an average temperature of around mid-80 degree Fahrenheit. I've got no understanding of where the device was at this time, whether it was in a pocket on a surface, whether it was in use or not. But I just wanted to get an average idea of temperatures of the device. By 13 minutes after midnight, we're still at 82 Fahrenheit. At 22 minutes after midnight, we know from the location data that the device was currently in a car, and we see the temperature has dropped to 77 Fahrenheit. By 37 minutes after midnight, we now know the device is already at Fairview. It's been at Fairview for approximately 12 minutes, and the temperature has continued to drop. It's now 72 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffen, if I can interrupt you. At 12:37, when the temperature drops to 72 degrees, is that before or after the healthcare data stops for that evening?
That's after.
Thank you.
45 minutes past, the temperature's dropped to 66 Fahrenheit. 53 minutes past, it's dropped to 61 Fahrenheit. 7 minutes after 1, it's dropped to 55 Fahrenheit. 1:36, it's dropped to 50. And then we have a large gap in the data, with the next record being made at 6 minutes after 6 a.m., when the temperature is 43 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffen, if a phone has any protection or coverage, well, let me ask it this way. Do you know
Be careful.
what, if anything, happened around 6:02, 6:03 to trigger that 6-degree drop in temperature?
I don't know accurately, no.
Okay. And then you're now at 6:14 and it's 37 degrees?
Yeah, you're correct. This is the coldest temperature recorded.
Do you know what, if anything, happened to that phone at 6:15:01?
I don't know.
Okay, please continue.
And then, as of that point in time, from 6:35, we start to see an increase in temperature to 43 Fahrenheit. At 6:40, it's up to 50 Fahrenheit. At 6:48, up to 55 Fahrenheit. And at 6:56, up to 61 Fahrenheit. And then
Let's put back in somebody's pocket, maybe.
also plotted this out onto a graph just for visualization. Again, we can see on the evening of the 28th, the temperature is relatively consistent. It starts to drop as we know the phone is traveling in a car. And by the time it arrives at Fairview, we only see it drop until 1:36 a.m. We see a relatively
Was it charging?
modest drop over the next few hours, but no records recorded. We see the final drop at 6:14, and then we see an increase. But there are no increases occur prior to 6:14 that would suggest that the phone went from a cold environment to a warm environment or had extensive usage.
Between 1:36 a.m. and 6:06 a.m., is there any indication at any time that that battery temperature went up?
No, there's no records related to battery temperature at all for that time.
Thank you. Is there another area that you looked at for your conclusions in this case?
Yes, I was looking at device usage.
What is device usage?
Information about when the user unlocks the phone, what applications they're using.
I love the
what they're
device
using the device
uses.
for.
option.
when they lock the phone again.
Would device usage require an actual person to interact with the phone, or can it happen without user interaction?
Everything that I was looking at was related to physical interaction and manipulation of the device by a user.
Please continue.
So the three sources of data that I used for this were Knowledge C, a database I mentioned earlier that logs lots of different activity, including device unlocks, device locks, applications that are on screen. The current power log, which I mentioned, which can track button presses. So specifically when the lock button is pressed and the times that I display have been offset appropriately. And unified logs, which is essentially a list of almost everything that's happening on that phone for a short amount of time. But it would be used, for example, if you had a problem with your device, took it back to Apple because it was crashing all the time, for, let's say, they could look at the unified logs and figure out, well, what's causing these crashes to occur. So really granular. We see that at 12 minutes and 52 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using biometric Face ID. The SMS application is on screen for about 5 seconds before it's closed, and then the user presses the lock button at the side of the device to lock the phone. At 13 minutes and 54 seconds, biometric Face ID is used again, and the SMS application is opened, and at 14 minutes and 29 seconds, the lock button is pressed again, causing the device to lock. 15 minutes and 46 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen because that's the application that was on screen when the device was locked. And the device is locked again at 16:03. At 17 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked again using Face ID. The SMS application is still on screen from before. And at 18 minutes and 12 seconds, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock. At 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage. And at 18:31, the SMS application is closed.
They track everything.
At 18:34, the phone application is opened by the user actively pressing on the phone icon on the home screen. At 18:36, they're now in a call, and this causes a different screen on the phone. And at 19:23, that phone call ends.
For less than a minute.
At 19:29, the Waze application is opened by the user pressing on the icon on the home screen. And that's open for approximately 5 minutes, closing at 24 minutes and 26 seconds. 2 seconds later, at 24 minutes and 28 seconds, the device is locked by the user pressing the lock button on the side of the phone.
Whoops.
At
All right,
24
y'all.
minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID.
Oh my goodness.
The
I'm dropping
SMS
everything.
application is
Sorry,
opened
y'all.
using the icon on the home screen. And
Goodness.
at 25 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user to lock the device. At 27 minutes and 45 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen. And at 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the device is locked using the lock button. 29 minutes and 52 seconds, device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage. And at 29 minutes and 53 seconds, the lock button is pressed to lock the device. 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device
they
is
see all
unlocked
of it.
using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous use. And at 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user. And that is the final interaction with the device. It's the final unlock of the device using Face ID, and it's the final logged button press on the device as well to lock the device.
So the final interaction with John O'Keefe's cell phone that night
Correct, up until 6:15 a.m.
in 12:32:09 was the last time before the phone moved again the next morning.
Correct.
Is there one more area that you engaged in analyzing to help reach your conclusions in this case?
There is. During my time looking at the unified logs that were mentioned, I found a record that appeared like it could be interesting that was called Doppler. this was the pocket state that I think I mentioned earlier, and it detects when the user takes the phone out of a pocket, or at least removes the item that's blocking the camera. There were hundreds of thousands of records within the unified logs that I was able to filter down to just the Doppler records, and to filter and aggregate down into a more digestible number, which is what's shown here. So again, whenever the device receives a phone call, or whenever the device is picked up in a particular way, the camera activates and it actively looks for a face. If it finds that the camera's blocked, it records the fact that it's in a pocket state. And it will continue to record pocket state until either
it's looking for your face,
removed, so the device has been removed from a pocket.
That's crazy.
Or until whatever is calling for the Doppler check.
It makes sense though.
To be completed.
It's not surprising.
So, for example, if I make a phone call, it will continue to check and look for a face up until the phone call ends, or the ringing ends. So in this case, at 12 minutes and 37 seconds, see a small amount of time where 4 Doppler checks were conducted. And that ended at 12 minutes 37 seconds with a pocket state cleared event. At 12 minutes and 39 seconds, there was a 7.5 second period where 108 Doppler checks were conducted. Again, that ended with a pocket state cleared event at 12 minutes and 46 seconds. At 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there was a single Doppler check that resulted in a pocket state. And at 29 minutes and 37 seconds, for 5.5 seconds roughly, there were 97 Doppler checks. The 97th check resulted in a pocket state cleared event at 29 minutes and 42 seconds. At 31 minutes and 52 seconds past midnight, there was an 11-second period where 155 Doppler checks were made. The
Why not, Lone Wolf? Don't you want to be
Doppler
great?
check resulted in a pocket cleared event at 32 minutes and 3 seconds. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds was the start of a 5-hour and 20-minute period where 26,500 Doppler checks were conducted. Every one of those checks came back to say that it was in a pocket state. There was never a pocket state cleared event during that time. At 2 minutes after 6 a.m. And 41 seconds, there was a 12-minute period and 20 second where 417 Doppler checks were conducted. The 417th Doppler check showed a pocket state cleared event at 6:15:01.
Mr. Whiffen, as a result of your analysis of John O'Keefe's cell phone, considering the location data, including Waze data, and considering the healthcare data, the pocket state information, the battery temperature, did you have an opportunity to create a timeline putting all of these different important pieces of data together so you could show them to the jury in chronological order?
I did, yes.
Would you share with us now your timeline and explain it for us?
Okay, here's the timeline. Now we got to break it down.
Combines all of the information from the previous slides, just showing it all within a timelined view. So at 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. We see the SMS application is in use. For around 11 seconds, a phone call is made from John to Jennifer McCabe. Phone call lasts 36 seconds, starting at 18 minutes and 47 seconds. That call ends at 19 minutes and 23 seconds, and the mobile phone application is closed at 19 minutes and 24 seconds. At 19 minutes and 29 seconds, the Waze application is loaded on screen. And at 20 minutes and 49 seconds, which is what this location on the side relates to, we see an incoming message from Brian Higgins saying, "You coming here?" At 22 minutes and 14 seconds, this is the start of the 3 flight climb events as the device is driving along Oakdale Road, I believe that one is. At 24 minutes and 26 seconds is when the Waze application is closed and the device is locked via the lock button at 24 minutes and 28 seconds. At 24 minutes and 37 seconds, the three flight climb events comes to an end. And at 24 minutes and 38 seconds is the first record that shows a speed of 0 meters per second. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the message, "You coming here," is read at 25 minutes and 8 seconds after midnight. At 25 minutes and 9 seconds after midnight, the device is locked using the lock button. At 27 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight, a text message is received from Jen McCabe saying, "Here."
Thank you, babe.
At 27 minutes and 45 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the "Here" message that was just received is read at 27 minutes and 48 seconds. At 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user, causing the device to lock. At 29 minutes and 37 seconds, we start to get some Doppler checks, and at 29 minutes and 42 seconds, the pocket state cleared event is written. At 29 minutes and 44 seconds, there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. This is answered and lasts for 7 seconds, ending at 29 minutes and 51 seconds. At 29 minutes and 52 seconds, the device is unlocked, and a second later, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock again.
Okay.
31 minutes and 47 seconds after midnight, a message is received again from Jennifer McCabe saying, "Pull behind me." And at 31 minutes and 52 seconds, the Doppler check records a pocket state. At 31 minutes and 56 seconds, we start the health event that shows 36 steps were taken. And at 32 minutes and 3 seconds, there's a pocket state cleared event. At 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device unlocks with Face ID. And again, I'll point out that makes perfect sense if the Doppler state clears, because it's no longer within a pocket, and then it unlocks a second later. That makes sense with the logic that's been identified. At 32 minutes and 5 seconds, messages applications on screen, and the message "Pull behind me" is read. 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the messages application is closed, and the device is locked for the last time. At 32 minutes and 16 seconds, the 36-step health event is ending. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds, we have the first of the 26,500 Doppler state records that all record pocket state. This is followed by several phone calls at 33 minutes and 35 seconds, 34 minutes and 9 seconds, 34 minutes and 38 seconds, 35 minutes and 9 seconds, 35 minutes and 35 seconds, and 36 minutes and 9 seconds. All calls from Karen. Call were all unanswered, and all resulted in pocket state being detected by Doppler.
Come on, Karen.
At 36 minutes and 9 seconds, and again at 36 minutes and 40 seconds, 2 more phone calls received from Karen, again showing unanswered calls and resulting in pocket state being recorded by Doppler function. 37 minutes past midnight, battery temperature has dropped to 72 Fahrenheit. And at 37 minutes and 8 seconds, a further phone call, again unanswered, again resulting in a pocket state recorded by Doppler. 37 minutes and 31 seconds, a 3-second voicemail received from Karen. And at 38 minutes and 21 seconds, another incoming call. And at 38 minutes and 26 seconds, another incoming call, both unanswered, both resulting in Doppler pocket state being detected by Doppler. And I've also shown some of the locations that were recorded at around this time by the device. 40 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Jennifer McCabe saying, "Hello, this is the first iMessage or SMS message received by the device which is unread. This is followed up 2 minutes later, 42 minutes and 9 seconds, by another message from Jennifer McCabe saying, "Where are you?" And at 42 minutes and 35 seconds, there's a 40-second voicemail received from Karen. 43 minutes past midnight, the battery temperature has now dropped to 66 degrees Fahrenheit. At 45 minutes and 53 seconds, another incoming message from Jennifer McCabe saying hello. And again, we can see location data at 53 minutes and 7 seconds, placing the device on the front yard somewhere kind of around the flagpole area.
Interesting.
55 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Karen stating, "I'm going home." 55 minutes and 50 seconds, a follow-up message saying, "See you later." Another location data, this is the location that's shown bottom left. And at 2 minutes past 1 a.m., another message from Karen saying, "Your kids are cooking alone."
Mr. Whiffen, based on your analysis of John O'Keefe's cell phone, keeping in mind some of the data points you shared with us.
Yeah, the prosecution isn't making a lot of sense.
Around 12:19. That the car reached the flagpole around 12:24:37. That the only health data during that later time near 12:30 was from 12:31:56 to 12:32:16. That the last interaction was at 12:32:09, followed by an overnight pocket state, and an increased reduction in...
Objection, Your Honor.
So I need to hear the question first.
including a increased
Don't answer it.
reduction in the battery temperature. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that after that phone stopped in the car at the flagpole area of 34 Fairview, whether or not that cell phone remained near the flagpole the entire night until after 6 a.m. the next morning?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Good grief. What a question.
The location data that shows accurate tends to show around the flagpole area. There's no further health data other than 36 steps that were taken that suggest that it moved after 32 minutes and 16 seconds after midnight. The battery temperature data never indicates that the device went from a cold environment to a warm environment, which I would expect to see if the device went inside a building. And the Doppler state information suggests that the camera was blocked for at least the majority of the 5-hour period, with no records showing that the camera was unblocked during that time, which would typically happen if you were to pick a camera up and move it around.
Does that lead you to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty
Yes.
whether that phone remained in the flagpole area from around 12,
Objection, Your Honor.
24,
Scientific certainty? What does
So-
that
till
mean?
the next morning at 6 a.m. or after?
That's
The
my opinion.
objection's sustained. Ask the question in a different form.
Do you have an opinion where John O'Keefe's cell phone was from around 12:24:33 on the evening of January 29, 2022, through at least 6 a.m. and after that morning?
Yes. Based on the totality of all of the information that we've described, my opinion is that the device never moved far away from the flagpole.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right? Mr. Leslie?
May we approach, Your Honor, please?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
We got a sidebar. Man, I feel like the defense is about to obliterate this guy. This cell phone data does not seem accurate at all. Seems like there's a lot of variables, a lot of places where there could be missed information. And just because someone's phone was in a certain area, He's not using reasonable scientific data, as he said. Like, what are we talking about? This guy isn't a
Feel
scientist.
free to stand.
Jeez. Let's keep it moving forward. There's Peggy. Poor Peggy, man, lost her son. That's so sad.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, please, to set up at the podium.
Okay. Mr. Whiffen, I should have told you you can feel free to stand up and stretch if you want to as well.
Side by. That's one side boss so far. Here we go. Defense is taking over. Uh-oh.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed with the
Yes.
administrative matters? May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, pursuant to a stipulation with the prosecution, I would like to mark and enter into evidence 3 documents. These are each portions of a March 2025 report prepared by Mr. Whiffen. The first one,
So
Interesting.
yes, they can come into evidence. They can come into evidence. There's a stipulation. So
And
we
so-
can mark it as the next exhibit.
if we could, that's page 29 for the next exhibit. Separately, please.
Here we go.
The next exhibit will be pages 77 and 78 of the same report.
Okay?
Exhibit 41.
The third and last is page 43 and page 44.
Okay, all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whiffen. I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting.
Good afternoon.
Cell phone data, when correct and when correctly analyzed, can help tell a story of what may have happened under various circumstances, correct?
Correct.
And in cases like this, literally seconds on cell phone data can be significant, correct?
Correct.
What I'd like to do is to go back to your PowerPoint presentation and specifically go to the timeline
Yep, here we
that
go.
you had gone through with Mr. Brennan, and rather than repeating everything, there'll be select aspects of the timeline I'm going to reference. And with the court's permission, we will.
We're
put
gonna
the
get into the
back
timeline now.
on
This is
that's
gonna be
already in
good.
evidence.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is going to be really good. All right.
So what I'd like to do is to start with page 70, which we have as 78 of the deck. If you could, Mr. Wolf, go to that. And what I'd like to do, if I could please, Mr. Whiffen, is draw your attention to the very last entry, which says at the bottom, location 122438, and it indicates description, first location record showing speed of 0. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And this is the arrival of John O'Keefe's phone at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
We could go to the next page, please. We have up at the top 12:24:59, about 21 seconds later after arrival. We have device unlock with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
Is it possible for anyone other than John to unlock that device with Face ID?
If a secondary user was set up,
Do you have any indication that a second user was set up on John's mobile phone?
I never looked at that.
I'm sorry.
I never looked to see if a secondary user was set up.
What?
In terms of the next entry,
Why?
12:25:08, it says, read message, you coming here? With 3 question marks. What I'd like to do, because you did not note who that was from, but I want to go back a few slides so we can identify who that message was from. We could go
That's
back to
crazy.
76, please, Mr. Wolf.
Yes.
That is insane.
So in the last line there, message reading left to right 12:20:49.
Come on, man.
It says message received from someone listed in context as Brian Higgins. Do you see that?
Correct.
So if
Yep.
we could go back to slide 80, excuse me, if we could go back to slide 79, that phone reading the message, you coming here, is reading the message from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't note that in the timeline that was from Brian Higgins, correct?
No, I was just highlighting the fact that a message was read and that the contents of the message were you coming here.
Oh, man.
You didn't note in this entry, when it was read by John, that message was from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now,
Come
the
on,
next
man.
entry, lock, again, I'm always going to be reading left to right unless otherwise indicated, sir, is a time of 12:25:09. And it says, device locked with lock button.
Yes,
You see that, sir?
I do.
That requires human volitional conduct. In other words, someone has to actually manipulate their phone and hit it, right?
Correct.
Now, at this
Oh, boy.
particular point, isn't it correct that in your report that you mentioned in your March 2025 report, that you had more of a description of what was happening at this time with the phone, namely, device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Isn't that what you had in your report?
Yes, and that's covered in the location section of this report, the PowerPoint.
So there is no statement in this timeline under any type where you had concluded that at this time the record showed that the device was moving west from the roadside towards the house, correct?
The location latitude, longitude was moving westerly, but at the same time, the accuracy was increasing. so it didn't intrinsically prove that the device was moving.
What does
My
that mean,
question,
sir?
Mr. Whiffen, is straightforward
Okay.
in this sense, that I'm just looking for an answer of whether on this timeline you included the analysis that you had in your report that the device at this time was moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you include it in that timeline?
No, I left that out of the timeline.
Next entry, 2733.
I left it out of the
That's
timeline. How convenient.
12/27/33. You note that there's a message received from Jen McCabe. Here, exclamation point, question mark. You see that, sir?
Correct.
Now, at this point, you have two people in just 2.5 minutes, Brian Higgins and Jen McCabe, trying to find out if the John is coming to 34 Fairview. Is that a fair conclusion?
It appears so.
I'll allow it.
Is that a fair conclusion?
It would appear so, yes.
So just because of the colloquy that occurred, I want to repeat the question. Now you have, at this point, at 12/27/33, you have two people, Brian Higgins and Jennifer McCabe, in just 2.5 minutes, trying to find out if John, or the phone, is coming to, or if John is coming to 34 Fairview.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr.
Thank
Lesser.
you, Your Honor. Now, at this point, you have two people trying to find out if John is coming to 34 Fairview, correct?
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffen, in terms of the information at this stage, there are two communications with Mr. O'Keefe on this phone, and that is they're trying to find out, excuse me, I'll rephrase it. There are two communications, one from Jennifer McCabe and one from Brian Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next deck 80, please, Mr. Wold. This is 12/27/45, device unlock with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
And then right under that is 12/27/48. It says read message, which it says here, and is it correct that that is the message that was sent by Jennifer McCabe?
Correct. I'd just like to point out it says read message, not read message.
Read message, thank you. And
Excellent
that-
correction there. Thank you for clarifying.
the fact that Jen McCabe sent that message and that it was read was not indicated in your timeline at this point, correct?
Sorry, repeat that question.
Yes, you did not, it does not appear in that timeline that you've drafted that that message that was read was from Jennifer McCabe, is
Correct.
it?
Correct.
Next entry, 2750, device locked with lock button. Next entry down that, 2937, Doppler pocket state. And I want to be clear. Does Doppler pocket state mean that someone takes an iPhone? Because up above there's red messages we went through on 2748. So if somebody reads the message and then it goes at 2937 into Doppler pocket state, does that mean someone has, for example, put it in their pocket?
No.
What does it mean?
It means the
That's
camera's covered
that's
up.
A pocket state.
So the only times that I was able to cause a pocket state to be recorded is when the camera was blocked and when the device received a phone call or was picked up in a particular way, so that the device thinks that you're about to try to use it.
So the camera was blocked, a phone call, or you pick the device up in a certain way that you think it's going to be used. Those are the three ways.
If the camera is not blocked from the outset, then nothing's recorded at all. And in order to get the pocket state cleared, the camera must be blocked to begin with. So again, you have to receive a phone call
if I do
with it in
this-
your pocket and remove it in order to get a pocket state cleared.
Thank you,
okay.
because that helped me, because that's exactly where I was going with the next question, which is pocket state cleared. What did you conclude from 2937 to 2942 that it was in pocket state and then pocket state cleared?
There was some activity on the device that caused the pocket state to be checked. The device was in a pocket state up until 2942, when whatever was obstructing the camera was removed.
Yeah, so it goes to pocket state anytime the camera is being blocked. Is it the front camera or the back camera? Which is an interesting statement. Interesting question. I would imagine it would be the front camera because that's how you unlock your phone. A lot of confusion here.
Next
Good
entry
Lord.
is a call at 12:29:44. And that, you state, is an incoming call from Jen McCabe. So there you do indicate the name. And you say answered 7 seconds, correct?
Correct.
Is the phone at this time that there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe that is answered out in front of 34 Fairview?
Yes, it would be according to the location data.
Right. So now we have at 12:29:44, the phone's out in front of 34 Fairview. There's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. It's answered. 7 seconds is how long the duration of the call was. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then 12:29:51, incoming call ends, and that's end of that 7-second duration.
Correct.
So you've concluded that this was a call that was indeed answered by the user of the phone, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to Mr. Wolk 81, which is starting up at the top of 12:31:47. There is, as you indicate, an iMessage received from someone with a contact named Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I do.
Here we go.
Can you just
Break it
state
down.
to the jury what an iMessage is?
An iMessage is essentially a text message sent primarily from iPhone to iPhone via the Apple servers, not like an SMS message which goes through carriers.
And is it correct that the message that was received from Jen McCabe said, from a contact of Jen McCabe, says, "Pull behind me"?
Correct.
And then at 12:31:52, we're back to Doppler pocket state, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next entry, which is Deck 82. It's under health type. And what I want to do is see if we can clarify. The Commonwealth on direct examination, and multiple times referred to this as healthcare data. Do you remember hearing that healthcare data term?
I do.
Is that a correct term? Is it healthcare data or is it health data?
It is health data.
So it's incorrect to refer to this as healthcare data, correct?
Healthcare data is encompassed within Apple Health, but primarily if we're talking about steps being taken, it would just be health data.
Right. So the correct parlance is health data,
Yes.
correct? Particularly when we're getting to steps. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's important to be precise about the parlance.
Yes.
So in this entry, 12:31:56, you state that there's the start of health event, quote, 36 steps / 25 meters, correct?
Correct.
Is it accurate to say that because we're in the United States and we don't work on the metric system, that 25 meters is about 84 feet? Are you able to make that calculation?
It's approximately that, yeah.
Right. Would you accept approximately
I
84
accept.
feet? So as we discuss meters, we can go to feet and
Yes.
about 84
I would accept
feet.
approximately 3 times 25.
Right.
So,
So, in your report of March 2025, isn't it correct that for this time, you stated that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds, correct?
Yes.
So, again, your conclusion from your analysis is, with these 36 steps, the device at this point began moving. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Next entry. 123203. Pocket state cleared. Correct?
Correct.
So does that mean that there's some human activity going on, interaction with the phone, or not?
It could have been a received phone call. It could have been movement of the phone to be
What?
lifted.
But something has happened.
But something's
correct?
happened, yeah.
Next, 123204, device unlocked with Face ID, correct?
Correct.
And then at 123205, it states application focus messages.
Yes.
Can you clarify what that means in terms of what is happening with the phone for the jury?
Yep. So at 32 minutes and 5 seconds, the messages application was in focus on screen. So it was the application that was being used by the user at that time.
Now, the next entry is message 123206, and it states red message, quote, pull behind me, close quote, correct?
Correct.
Now, you don't indicate who that message is from in your timeline, but
Of course
that's
not.
the message that was sent by Jennifer McCabe at 123147, correct?
Correct.
Next entry is application lock at 123209, and you've got here end application focus, and then you state device lock with lock button for the last time, correct?
Correct.
So that's
So
again
it click.
pressing the side button on the iPhone that locks it.
Correct.
And that requires human conduct, human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And then the next entry under health data at 123216, that is 7 seconds after the lock. It's the end of the health event of 36 steps, 25 meters, and as we agreed, approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
So, in terms of the steps, I want to turn to some further information with regard to your previous, the report that you mentioned on direct, which is the March 2025 report. Your Honor indicated a time for the break, and I'm going to go into a little bit of different area. Would you like me to keep
All
continuing?
right, Mr. Leslie. Folks, we'll stop.
She said, let's stop. Let's just cut it out.
Mr. Wickman, we need you back here tomorrow. Jurors, we're going to recess for the day.
Oh,
Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case,
well, there it goes.
start it and let us know. And please be very careful with your social media use. All right? We'll see you tomorrow morning.
President, jury, right this way. Leave your notebooks.
There it is.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
We got a sidebar. That's the second one today. So it looks like y'all are team plus 10. Y'all are hanging on by a thread. I don't think it's going to happen. So are we still going to have the ARCA hearing today? We should be able to have it the rest of this afternoon because obviously the jury's not going to be there for that. So we'll probably get into it here in a second once the jury steps out. So let's wait and see. Let me know what y'all think. We should have that hearing at some point. There's Paul. That's 2. Oh, Amy switched. Amy's on team under 10 this time. Okay. Actually, I should be able to skip forward. Give me a second, y'all. Amy said she was team under 10 today. Jim was at the DA's office getting prepped after explosive affidavit with accusations came out over the weekend. I'm the only fan. I didn't know it was a half day. Yeah, me either. Somebody mentioned that before, but I didn't see it. And this guy conveniently left out. Okay, not fishy at all. If you think she really did it and it wasn't quite a setup, then why try all these tricks to mess with the device? Crazy. Yep, we're still looking at the OnlyFans right now. Y'all give me 1 second. All right, guys, we're back. Can y'all? We should be good. It looks like y'all can still hear me. Let me see what y'all are saying in the chat. We're still waiting to find out if this is going to happen or not. Amy said that's 2. What did I miss? Hold on a second. Let me go back here and see. Amy said, interesting development. A juror has been called to the sidebar, is being questioned about something in the presence of the attorneys. Oh, been going on for a few minutes. Aiden Kenny. So Turtle Boy said that a few minutes ago. Interesting. Whatever happened with the juror didn't happen on camera. They called for a break, then went to sidebar. It's been reported by those in the courtroom that a juror was pulled to sidebar with the attorneys. Oh. Interesting, interesting. Amy said, sir, I voted the same as you the first time. All right, shout out to Amy. I'll give her her respect. I just know I should have rounded up to a high number. Yeah, it's tough out here. Team under 10, we won today though. I saw the report from one YouTube channel that Jim McCabe is making demands of the prosecutor. Oh yeah, going to the DA. I heard about that too. This extra long counts as 2 sidebars. Taco Tuesday. If you don't get out of here, I'm about to see you tomorrow on your day. It'll be interesting to see what plays out here. I voted 0 to 9 because I figured less without the jury. Yeah, it shouldn't be that case. Either way, I think we might review what happens the rest of this afternoon tomorrow. All right, so I'm gonna let y'all get up out of here. Got a couple more videos posting this afternoon later on today. Appreciate, of course, they're moving the camera now and they're probably gonna come back. Either way, I appreciate y'all sticking around, showing support. If you haven't yet, like the video on your way out, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any time that we go live. Also, y'all know we're gonna be back here tomorrow covering the rest of the trial, and we'll see if anything major goes on today. If it does, we'll cover it tomorrow. Either way, you know we'll be back. As always, I hope y'all have a great rest of your afternoon, and you know what to do. Keep growing, keep pushing, keep it classy. We go. Peace.